hanging in there, living the dream.
Yep. Yeah.
Happy New Year. Better. Thank you so much for asking. How's your family? All good? Okay. Awesome. Yeah.
You guys ready? Welcome and happy Tuesday, people. And welcome to the Marlboro Township Board of Education meeting, January 18, 2022. It's 7 p.m. at the Marlboro Memorial Middle School. Vin, can you please call roll?
Roll call vote. Good
Thank
evening,
you,
everybody. Mrs. Amster?
Here.
Mrs. Branch?
Here.
Mr. Petruno?
Here.
Ms. Piernick? Mrs. Rosado?
Here.
Mrs. Shrem?
Here.
Mrs. Salaci?
Here.
Mrs. Strafasi?
Here.
And Dr. Heller?
Here. I will now read the Sunshine Law. Be advised that this meeting is being held in accordance with the Open Public Meeting Act, Chapter 231 PL 1975, Sunshine Law, and that adequate notice of the date, time, and agenda has been sent to the Asbury Park Press, the news transcript, and has been posted and filed with the Marlboro Township Clerk. Copies have been sent to each district school and other area newspapers in accordance with the law. I'm now going to read, not in full, but I'm going to bring your attention to the statement of videotaping a public portion of the Board of Ed meetings, public comments, statements, and no smoking or vaping on school grounds. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Announcements. Dr. Hibbs, any announcements?
Just one. Hi, everybody. Happy New Year. Sorry I couldn't be in session with us last time.
Are you on?
We need to hear you. I can't hear you, Dr. Hibbs. I'm sorry.
How about now?
Yep.
Got me now?
Yes.
Okay. Happy New Year, everybody. Sorry I couldn't be here last time. One small announcement. Regardless of where we are and what our beliefs are about masks, I need everybody in this room right now, please, to pull everything up over their nose and over their mouth, and that's where we need to keep it. Regardless of your personal feelings, which I respect both sides, everyone has an entitlement to an opinion. However, on school premises, you absolutely have to wear the face covering. We're not going to argue about efficacy or cloth versus non-cloth. Just unfortunately, we have to wear masks right now. That's the executive order. I would really appreciate everyone's support on that, because arguing over that is really simply going to be exhausting and just not good for any of the system. So please, everyone keep your masks up, including public comment. I of all people realize what this does. I have asthma and I wear glasses. So if at some point you need a break, please go outside. Doors are wide open. You can go take your break. Take as long as you like. We won't lock you out, I promise. And at any time, if they come down, you'll probably be spoken to by an individual of either from our system or from the police department. So please keep your mask up. If you're taking a drink, that's great. Other than that, masks should be on. Sir.
Yes, so let's, student impact. Mr. Balone, student impact, please.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Heller.
Actually, Mike, I'm sorry, can I jump one more time? I forgot to congratulate Dr. Ann Price, who completed her doctorate degree. So big hand for Ann. And you know what? In the past, I don't think I did that for Dr. Straddick either. So let's just give him a hand as well. And the female. Michael, I apologize. Sorry.
Sure, no problem. What I'd like to do now may embarrass them. We have two staff members here who relate to this evening's student impact. So they're in the back. So Ms. Vandervoort and Ms. Newman, if you can come up, please. So as they make their way up here, both staff members, Ms. Vandervoort is the teacher here, and Ms. Newman is an instructional assistant. These two ladies accompanied a cohort, a group that went over to Africa over the December break. And as you know, we embarked about 2 years ago. We embarked on a mission to really spread kindness, and we started in the district with the goal of eventually spreading kindness throughout the world. As you know, or you may recall, we collected over 4,000 shoes that we actually sent over to the orphanage in Africa where they visited. We documented over 5,000 acts of kindness in each of our school buildings, so our students did that. Our students witnessed assemblies. Our staff witnessed an assembly as well by Brian Williams of Think Kindness, which is the nonprofit organization we worked on this endeavor with. And what we did was we just created a quick video for you, and then we'll offer a few words from both of our staff members here so they can give us a first-hand account of their journey over this last December break.
Well, we want to, on behalf of Michelle and I, we want to just thank the district for allowing this to actually begin and take place. It is beyond description to be in Africa and experience their culture and the amazing joy that these children have. They have nothing, but they have immense joy. And what the district was able to do in Arusha, where we cut open the ribbon there, was create a classroom, a gathering place for the girls who have been rescued. They live in this home. They range from 8 years old to 18 years old, and they're in the safe house there. So this is a place for them to be able to gather, to have meals together, to learn together, and then during the other times of the day when the courtyard is closed, the children who are on the streets can actually come in, wash their clothing in the area, and then go and enjoy that same place. So you have created an environment for them to really feel that the world is not a big place, it's a small place, and we need to take care of each other. It was truly life-changing to visit them and to see just their appreciation and their love and their joy as they were touched by what we did for them. So thank you so much on behalf of Michelle and I.
Thank you. Sure. I thank you for the opportunity to have Don and Jeannie and I made a good team. We worked in support of each other. paper and pencils and crayons. You cannot imagine that these kids, it was like giving them $1 million just to have a pencil and to sit with them, and the joy and the happiness on their face just for someone to sit and play with. And so I will never forget that, and just how many lives, I guess, just for a little while, and that's what made me want to go on the trip in the first place. Just that these kids just to shed some happiness for them, and they got to have that for a while, thanks to the donations that, Marlboro Township provided. So thank you, and yes, thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much for your comment, and I am so jealous that you were able to go to Africa and be able to see all those animals, but also the kids, and help build something for them and give them inspiration. So I do appreciate that sincerely, and I do remember when you guys were nominated. So that was a treat, and now you had the experience back in January. So thank you. I'm sorry. Are you good, Mr. Malone? With
Yes, thank you so much.
okay. So Vinny, can you please motor vehicle abstract, please?
Sure. All abstracts were run and all have privileges in good standing.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to discuss the COVID-19 protocols and the 2022-23 calendar year. Dr. Hibbs?
You got it. So as far as masks go, and again, I'd ask for please masks to be up. Thank you very much. Let's respect everybody. So recently, Governor Murphy approved Executive Orders 280 and 281. That also included keeping Executive Order 251, which included the mandatory use of masks. We're going to continue to do that in our district as long as the EO goes. Our honest hope is that the EO honestly goes away. None of us like or enjoy wearing masks. We are, however, seeing a very high number of cases that is now on the decline. So I received a question as to what will happen if the executive order does expire, and I wanted to address that because I thought that would be the right thing to do. So if and when the decision is left to us to actually make a call on whether or not we wear masks, we're going to look at the rate of transmission, the number of cases, and hopefully masks and all of our protocols can hopefully at some point in the near future be in the rear view mirror. They're just not there yet. So that's masks. Let's talk about the approach moving forward. So as a first step, most of you know that we changed our isolation and quarantine protocols, reducing to the 5-day return on day 6. So that immediately resulted in a lot less quarantines for our students and for our staff. Thankfully, we got a lot of staff back immediately. I want to talk a little bit about what the next 2 steps will look like, because right now we're actually trying to put forth a plan that involves 2 separate steps. So the first discussion that we've really been engaging and embarking on as a district is the test to stay. So just quick numbers, as of January 13th, we had about 127 current positive cases in students. We had 200 students in quarantine, 35 current positive staff cases. What we are seeing, though, is we're seeing the cases from Omicron on the decline. We're seeing it here, and we're seeing it nationally as well, and we're hoping that that's the trend that continues, to be honest. So we've really discussed a lot about test to stay, and there's a few things right now, without the plan being totally formalized, we definitely have some things that we all feel as a team that we are seeing. We are seeing both vaccinated and unvaccinated students and staff get sick. So regardless of vaccination status, we see each section getting sick. We also realize that completing the number of tests for both the vaccinated and the unvaccinated right now is really a task that we can't do. We can't right now test all of those kids in the full protocols. We're not in urgent care. So that's a concern for us right now. But we do feel that if the cases keep this way and they don't, if the cases don't decline, then we do feel that the best interest of our students and staff is to implement test to stay. So here's our current thoughts that are not yet finalized that I wanted to discuss to be fair and open. The protocols would involve both vaccinated and unvaccinated. So it wouldn't matter whether a child was vaccinated or not. they would be asked to voluntarily enter the test to stay protocols. All students that enter the test to stay protocols, as per their parents or guardians, will be given antigen tests to be completed at home, not in school. So we're gonna ask the parents to take care of this and guardians at home. Please note that the antigen tests that we have are not the deep nasal probe that all of us were probably accustomed to at the beginning. It's the outside swab of the nostril. And we're currently finalizing the number and the specific plan for that testing. Parents and guardians will have to acknowledge, most likely through Genesis, that the student was not positive. That would be just our way of saying, listen, child does not have COVID. And that would essentially enable the child to stay in school learning. Again, it will be on the parent and guardian. We would supply the tests. If all students that are in the protocol that are not positive will continue learning, parents and guardians that don't elicit to participate or go into the test and stay will have to opt for the quarantine. Students will then learn remotely. In order for this to come to fruition, we're going to need, quite honestly, thousands of tests. So Rover Labs, who's our state-assigned vendor, I completed a call last week. They have verbally committed to supplying us with the number of antigen tests needed. It's quite a quantity. We have not yet received those tests, which is why we haven't implemented any form of test to stay, because we quite frankly need thousands of tests to make sure that we get off the ground and stay off the ground. In addition, test to stay will really only be implemented if we don't see a catastrophic decline in cases. What we discussed as a group is we don't want to put a full test to stay philosophy in place and then have it immediately go away if we see that this variant is going to go away like, rain clouds or storm clouds on a summer day, how fast they go away. So test to stay will 100% be a reality for us, A, if we get the tests that are promised, and B, if this variant does not leave quickly. So the third essential part of that plan would be if the cases that we see in district do take that very large decline, we will then as a district discuss the concept of eliminating quarantines or making them voluntary. There are a few districts around that have done this. Quite frankly, as a group, we are not there yet because there's still way too many cases, but we were all open to that concept if the cases, they decline significantly so that we could try to get back to a semblance of normal. So again, just in moving forward, we've already reduced our isolation and quarantine days. We need Rover Labs to deliver on their promise of antigen tests, which they said they would. We will consider if the situation does not improve. If it does improve, we can consider, hopefully, a voluntary quarantine for close contacts. But just to be very clear, we are not in that place yet. So, even as of the last few days, we have a ton of cases in both students and staff. And of course, either way, as I mentioned before, we will wear masks throughout the duration of the executive order, which we honestly hope ends at the next available opportunity. Sir. You're welcome. Yeah, the second one for the discussion point was for the calendar, and is simply being adjusted because we put the graduation date on there. When it first was out, another district place held 2 days, and now I effectively cajoled them off of the 1 day so that we could finalize the calendar into having a completed calendar.
Well, thank you very much. We're going to move forward with public comments. Those who wish to speak should state their full name and place of residence. Comments should be limited to 3 minutes. The business administrator will give you a warning when you have 1 minute remaining. Members of the public should be respectful and avoid back and forth or debate with administrator, personnel, or board members responding to inquiry or comment. We will respond when necessary once the individual has completed their statement. Again, no back and forth. Members will withhold comment until after public comment if they so choose. Vin, your first person?
Sure. First up is Mrs. Jean Vandervoort. No.
You don't want to go again? All right.
Next up is Mrs. Rosalie Avon.
Rosalie Avon, 30 Cannonade Drive, Marlboro, New Jersey, substitute teacher. And I have to say, I subs for Mrs. Vanderbilt's class, and they love her. I am a substitute in Marlboro Township. I'm a retired New York school teacher who then held 2 F status positions for a total of 35 years. During my tenure, I taught ELA on the middle school level, was an 8th grade dean, and did a 3-year stint as technology staff developer. I then became an adjunct professor of writing and retired from Brookdale Community College in 2018. I've tutored for about 160 exam dates. In total, I have over 50 years teaching experience. I love teaching, and I believe every school day, including one where the teacher is absent, should have value for our children. I applaud the sub here in Marlboro. I was vetted intensively. I had to write to IS 96, the school where I taught in 1971 through 1988, to see if I had any untoward behavior. It was a good feeling to know our children were safe because you were so discriminating. I wonder what type of vetting will take place now. ESS is advertising for inexperienced people they can train. They're offering $110 per day and a minuscule pension and health benefits to attract full-time employees. They brag that they will do drug testing. Their goal is to fill spaces. I hope substandard quantity does not trump quality. I am here to make sure that part-time employees like myself will be included in the subpool. As a grandmother and a wife, I have many responsibilities and cannot work every day. I did not see anything on the website or your email that says part-time staff will be accepted.
1 minute, Mrs. Avon.
If Source for Teachers does not accept part-time help, Marlboro will lose a good portion of its current exceptionally qualified workforce. We are experienced people who are home with young children or have a variety of obligations, but love teaching and love the children of Marlboro and want them to thrive. I am here to ask you to guarantee that part-time substitute positions will be available in the coming year. And I have to add, 3 months ago, someone on your board mentioned the possibility of outsourcing the job of assigning substitutes, and poof, it's a reality. Experienced teachers like me need to have an opportunity to help our children. This is a very hard time for them. And I also want to say one thing, because I do a lot of due diligence. If you look at the patch article, I'll tell you about that another time.
Thank you.
Yeah, Rosalie, thank you for being such a great part of our district. I just want to hit a couple of your points. You're asking about the part-time. Absolutely. They have, part-time is great. You want to work 2 days a week? We can absolutely make that happen. We've also been guaranteed that all of our current will be able to flow right through into this. So two of your major worries are not worries at all, and they do have a very strong vetting process. And despite what you may or may not read online, I honestly try not to look at it. They are all background checked. So there's no way for anyone to work in a school district without being background checked. So your massive concern of only wanting to work part-time, which I totally understand and am jealous of you, to be honest with that, is not a problem, and granted. Thank you.
Thank you. Vin?
Next up is Mrs. Michelle N. I can't pronounce the last name, sorry. Michelle N. Okay.
You don't want to come either? Come on, Michelle.
Next up is Mrs. Deborah Van Edom.
Nice clock. Deborah Van Edom, 25 McHugh Road, Morganville. I just want some clarification because it has not been clarified. To be clear, if a child is exposed and is vaccinated, they are allowed to immediately return to school, correct?
So I'm going to get yelled at if I answer that on that.
Okay.
So yeah, I'll write down.
Because it's not clear. The last email we got, it was not clear. If a child is unvaccinated, they have to quarantine. Of course, it's shorter now for 5 days. 2 months ago, Dr. Heller, you made it a point to say children should not be discriminated against their vaccination status. Clearly, with the updated policy, if what I just said is true, you're discriminating against the unvaxxed. Trust me, Dr. Hibbs and I went back and forth over the holidays and after the holidays about how many people are getting sick. My son was exposed by 3 kids who had vaccinated, fully vaccinated. My kid's not. Not that I have to tell you that. My other question is, Dr. Hibbs, obviously one of the school districts that removed complete quarantine even during this uptick was Middletown. Have you been in touch with the superintendent there? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Dr. Hibbs, if you'd like to
Yeah.
address.
So I'm going to break it into right now and then moving forward, because I think that's the best I can do for you, Deb. So right now, you know, our current model is still in place. So if you are unvaccinated, you have to quarantine. In the test to stay protocols, which we are exploring right now, and we went back and forth, it was actually a great conversation, right? There was no art. You were great, yeah. It will not differentiate between the two. So when and if we implement test to stay, it's not going to matter whether or not you are vaccinated or whether or not you're unvaccinated. I will say this publicly, I think it's shameful that in this country that we have not come out and acknowledged the fact that this variant right here is hitting everybody. And it doesn't matter whether you're vaccinated or unvaccinated, it doesn't. I'm vaccinated and I got sick as a dog. That's just how it works. So in our next steps, if it is test to stay, and if it's not test to stay, we're doing that in the hopes that it's on the sharp downcline to get to somewhere like a Middletown or a Millstone. So that will come into play then. I understand that's not what you want, and I mean that so respectfully. That's just where we are, though. And then, what was the second one? Oh, yes. Yes, I've been in contact with Middletown, and also I actually left a message with Dr. Huss, who's Millstone, but I couldn't catch up with him today. I really wanted to see how the last couple days went for him. But I'll be happy to report back next time.
Okay, thank you. Vin?
Sure. Next up, Mrs. Angela Colby.
Angela Colby, Marlboro Township. As a taxpayer of Marlboro Township and a parent of a special educational child, I'm concerned regarding the budget that was proposed during December's meeting. 13% of the student population enrolled full-time in Marlboro are considered to have IEPs, 504s, or deemed special education. From June to December, approximately half of the general education budget, which was $810,000, has been spent on supplies and textbooks. Compare that to $19,000 of the $117,000 that's budgeted for special education. That estimates to be approximately $36 for each special education student and $124 for each regular general education student. Why have we not spent the money on getting supplies for our kids for the first half of the year? Special education kids could use things like hand-on manipulatives in the classroom, special communication devices for the nonverbal, playground communication boards that could be used during the school year. Buying and using online computer learning programs, in my opinion, has nothing to do with what a child needs in their classroom. We have teachers like Mrs. Kurzman at Dugan who are creating their own high-rise handwriting paper to help teach students how to properly space and write letters. Mrs. Kurzman should have access to items which are essential for the fundamentals that are being taught within the elementary school, which help them with reading and writing. Thank you, Mrs. Kurzman, for investing your time and effort and how you're able to think outside of the box to determine what's best for teaching in your classroom. The budget for special education is essential for getting children their educational tools that they need for everyday learning loss. Why are we waiting until the second half of the school year to use the majority of the funds? Please start addressing and talking about this now so the allocation does not get pushed off. In addition, I want to address the Board of Education goal for number 3 regarding air conditionings. Why do we need air conditioning in schools when they will only be used for 3 months out of the 10? Shouldn't we transfer those funds and teach towards the education of students so they learn for the future? We all know that kids have been resilient over the past 2 years by wearing masks for 8 hours a day. I don't think that they're really concerned about air conditioning units. And if these air conditioning systems provide HEPA filtration, does this mean that our kids will no longer be required to wear masks in the school buildings? Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Hibbs, would you like to take that?
Yeah, I would ask you to reach out to Vinny to have that conversation, because I'm not quite sure where you're pulling your information. Okay.
That would be something that has to flow through Dr. Blair as far as how she budgets her funds and what is allocated for, because there's some things that go on at the end of the year where they're already allocated and encumbered for, but they're not yet expensed. So like a social skills club, communication boards we are installing in the district.
Yep.
So those are being underway and being installed. And the enrollment piece is a big factor as well. So, there's 4,500 children, 557 of those are special ed. So at a given time, there may be a more of a need at that given time for the 4,000 students rather than the 550 as far as quantity and how frequent you need it for each individual classroom. So I can definitely reach out to Dr. Blair and ask, and our conversations, this never came up of what the question actually was. So in the future, if you ever want to just call me and have a conversation, we can discuss it, because we were going back and forth with the numbers, and I was trying to figure out what the root issue was with that. But if you ever have an issue like that, please contact me and I'll try to get more information for you.
Thanks, Vin. And just to close it out, we do have communication devices. We absolutely do have manipulatives. We're putting the communication boards in, and teachers absolutely have access to things that they need here. So I don't want the perception to be that our staff don't have what they need. That's entirely inaccurate. But we'll have Dr. Blair contact you to address your questions. Paul, can you send Dana an email right from the desk, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hibbs.
Thank you.
Vinny?
Sure. Next up is Mrs. Ashley McCormack.
Ashley McCormack, 16 Riley Road. I am 100% pro-mask choice. I personally do not believe masks work, but I comply. I have complied for the last 2 years. If a sign on the door says masks are required, I wear a mask. I send my son to school every day wearing a mask. That is why his face is on this poster. My son is 6 years old. He's in 1st grade. And he has a mask rash. He's had it for 4.5 months. Sometimes it bleeds, sometimes it's itchy, sometimes it burns. Bottom line is there should not be a rash on my son's face. A 6-year-old should not have to wear a mask, not for 7 hours a day, 5 days a week, in order to receive a public education. My son also has an IEP for speech. Masked speech class does not work. If he can't see his speech teacher's mouth, how is he supposed to learn the proper way to articulate words? Today, I witnessed a school lunch aide get on the microphone and tell students to stop talking while they were eating. They were instructed to stop talking until they were done eating so that they can put their masks back up on their face. I've heard this from numerous parents as well as my own child, but today I heard it for myself with my own ears. The students are eating lunch behind barriers. These are the same students I see at restaurants with their friends and family. They're the same students that are huddled up at sports events, hanging out at birthday parties, and going to play dates. Why aren't they allowed to socialize while eating their lunch behind a barrier? Who told the lunch aides to say these things? Is this proper protocol? I find it outrageous. I know there's a surge right now, and it might not be the time to take a stand, and I understand that. But when is the right time? How long are we going to do this to our kids? Why are we doing this? To protect the kids from a virus that has a 99.75% survival rate? These masks rarely work. They don't work. If they worked, we wouldn't have a surge right now. None of this makes sense. All I see is my son and his beautiful face ruined with this rash. I want to know what it'll take for the board to deny the executive order or even just push back. Take a stand, write a letter to Murphy, make a motion, do something. What happens if you don't comply? Are you guys going to jail? Are you getting a slap on the wrist? Is there a fine or a penalty? Or are you guys concerned about your ESSER funding? What are you, the Board of Education, going to do about this? Enough is enough already. If parents want their child in a mask, it is their right to have a mask on. But we should all have a choice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Hibbs?
Yeah, just very quickly, I totally agree with you that bleeding and burning is concerning. So here's what I would like you to do. Please reach out to your doctor. Tell him or her that this is what you're experiencing, and then reach out to the school nurse, and we can figure out how to medically accommodate, because we've done that. So that's, I mean, bleeding and burning is pretty serious. So I would hope that a doctor would take that seriously, and then we're happy to take that seriously as well.
Thank you. Vinny?
Next up is Mrs. Annette Seward.
Annette Seward, 18 Nashua Drive. I feel like we have a rapport, you and I, meaning the royal you and I. So please understand, this comes from a total place of respect. It's just my observation. We get to talk about what we want at public comment, so you don't get to decide for us what we are and are not going to talk to you about tonight. Masks is still an issue. We still feel very passionately about it, so sorry, but you have to listen. I did hear you mumble under your breath, so much for not talking about masks. But we tonight are being quiet. Yes, I just heard it on the mic. You're still mic'd. Which leads me down this road of hypocrisy. I myself have seen principals. I know that the board got my letter. Thank you for your auto reply. I know everybody saw my forwarded letter. I witnessed the principal of Marlboro Middle School walking around campus, in the office, through the lobby without her mask on, not even hanging on her chin, not even anywhere in sight. After addressing the board and letting them know that I observed this, my daughter was ironically reprimanded for having her mask below her nose from a double-masked principal, an N95 and then a surgical mask. She senses the sarcasm. She's in 7th grade. She feels like she was singled out. So much for, all the work that we're doing in Africa, but we could see those smiling faces. We can see the joy that's emanating on their faces. What our children are feeling is discriminated and punished. Also circulating around the parents' phones is the picture of the Dugan lunchroom, where the policy for plastic shields is still being encouraged, but children are being quarantined because they were exposed in lunch. So they're masked in the classroom, they're behind shields in the lunchroom, they're masked on the bus, but all of these controlled environments are still leading to quarantine. It's just complete and utter hypocrisy, Dr. Hibbs. Please tell me that you see it. I know that this isn't what any of you signed up for when you took the roles of board members or superintendents or whatever other role you carry.
1 minute, Mrs. Seward.
I know when you were offered this position, you never considered how you would behave during a pandemic. But I know you also considered how this would impact your family's life. That's just a conversation that everyone has when a new opportunity comes their way. How will this affect my children? We're just doing that. We're not here to intimidate you or make you feel like we have this sense of anger or rage against you. We just need you to see what we're seeing. The kids are hurting, and every time they say it, it's, why does school make me do this? Did you ever imagine when you signed up for this that you would say, I let them down? I let kids feel disappointed in the school district I was running. Think about that tonight. I don't even need a response. Thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Hibbs, you need to respond?
No.
No? Okay. Vinny?
Next up, Mrs. Valentina Mendez.
Good evening, members of the board.
You have to keep your mask up.
Oh, while we're talking to, sorry.
Thank you.
I didn't do that before, but I didn't realize. I appreciate the contingency plan you have for the staffing shortage. An appropriate onboarding period for team members is typically 90 days. So my question is what will the onboarding program look like for the onslaught of substitute teachers to ensure they are adhering to the curriculum and the expectations of the district? Next, I'm not here today to discuss the efficacy of wearing a mask or not. but I do want to say this. My son chooses actually to wear a mask every day, wherever he goes. Sometimes there's 2 masks. He's old enough and has made that choice for himself. Regardless of this, he still managed to recently contract COVID. He's not one of the children who has overcome this easily. He's actually still struggling immensely with his asthma. The school has been great here in helping him through that. With that being said, I can't say how much his mask did or didn't help him. What I will tell you is that the choice to mask should be a choice made by families. As cases have risen and are hopefully on the decline, we need to let our children see their friends and teachers' smiles. I understand the executive order. What I'm interested in is how can we get this back to normal for our children?
Thank you very much. Dr. Hibbs, do you have any response?
Yeah, you know what? We have a complete onboarding plan laid out, right? Paul, Mike, Vin, with ESS, correct? You on, Paul?
Can you? So we have a representative from ESS that will be able to ask something.
We have a transition meeting set for tomorrow that lays out our transition plans over a 45-day period. To onboard all your current substitutes and get the program up and running, your absentee management system up and running.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll onboard the right way. We always do. I'm so sorry that your son is struggling with asthma. I truly am. I can totally understand that. What will it take to get us back to normal? I'll just speak for me. You know, the minute that cases are on the decline and there's a choice and I'm comfortable with a decline, and I really do believe I would be comfortable, I'll be happy to take my mask off with everybody else. So I'm not here saying that we're going to wear masks regardless, and if there's one case we're wearing masks. We need this in the rearview mirror. I totally understand. I absolutely get it. This has been 3 years of something none of us signed up for, which is totally accurate, right? We're all just doing the very, very best we can. And just like I have to accept that you stand here from a place of good from your children, I hope that you all can understand that we sit here and I sit here from just doing the very best we can for your children. Some may agree, some may disagree with specific calls. That is the way of the world. So hopefully on the way out.
Thank you. Vinny?
Next up is Mrs. Gabazon.
Bonnie Gabazon, excuse me, Bonnie Gabazon, resident of Marlboro. Good evening. I'm here to speak tonight. Well, I'm sorry, before I start, 2 things. Dr. Hibbs, you had mentioned that anyone who is experiencing what these children, and there are many of them in our community, that are experiencing physical harm to their face as a result of a mask, with a doctor's note, will they be given exemption from wearing masks? Or if you can clarify on that. Secondly, doing the very best, maybe we have different definitions. My definition of doing the very best would be more than sitting here saying, you know what, I agree with you, I don't want it either, nobody wants it, but this is what we got to do just because we got to do it. My definition would be, as someone mentioned earlier, pushing back, writing a letter, making a resolution, something to express what's going on in our communities, what you are hearing when we come here week after week, to at least relay that at the state level, because there is no legislative process at the state level for parents like us, not these days. Okay, good evening. I'm here to speak tonight, and I'd like to begin by making particular note of today's date, January 18th, 2022. I do that because, judging by the restrictive, disruptive, invasive, and harmful policies being inflicted on our children, one might think it's still March of 2020. It's 2.5 years later, and we know that children have been and continue to be at practically zero risk of death or serious illness due to COVID. We know that masking our children in school has had absolutely no quantifiable effect on transmission. Yet here we are 2 years later, doubling down on all the policies that A, simply do not work, and B, are causing real demonstrable harm to our children, as evidenced by the moving testimonies here tonight and by the photos.
Where there is risk, there must be choice. Here we are 2 years later, masking, isolating, separating our children in school, quarantining them repeatedly and unnecessarily according to ever-changing, illogical criteria that doesn't seem to apply to any other industry or institutions. This board needs to take a serious look at themselves, the administration, reflect on where we are now, what we need to do, push back, speak for us, and you're complicit. When your policies comply with a mandate that's non-legislative and under the fake pretense of a state of emergency that harms our children, you are complicit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Hibbs, do you need to respond?
Yeah. So as far as the exemption process goes, I think we've put this out numerous times. If you are seeing something medically happen with your child, reach out to your doctor, take the pictures, take your child in, get a note from your doctor, and we'll be happy to work with you. We've done this on more than several occasions, so happy to do so. Can I guarantee that? No, I'm not a doctor. I can't guarantee a doctor would write a note, would agree, would disagree. What was that? I'm not a real doctor. So, you know, I am a real doctor. That'll be the next thing. I really have a degree from Rowan University. If anybody wants it, it's on my wall. Let's spare Facebook. As far as the pushing back goes, I'll speak to that. Listen, I respect that everyone has an opinion, but there's people on the opposite side of you. And to be honest, I had way more emails over the last week and a half about keeping masks than not keeping masks. So, you know, I'm not jumping into that fray. So the reality is masks are here, and that's where we are. But if you're having a medical issue, reach out. Most times when we dig in, there's been no contact to the building principal, to the teacher, to the nurse about anything to do with any of these issues. So if you have an issue, reach out and we're happy to assist you. I don't know how to say it any more, you know, and in any other way to be genuine. So, sir.
Thank you. Vinny?
Next up is Mr. Moisha Grant.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm sorry. Good evening, members of the board, members of the community, representative legal counsels, and everyone else over here. My name is Moshe Grant. I live at 8 Sabri Road, and unfortunately, but fortunately, I came over here today to this very heartbreaking display of photographs that are just breaking my heart completely. And I couldn't stop myself by taking a few of them and just holding them back up, because it seems at times that there is a blindness problem on this board, and I'm sure that those are big enough for you to actually be able to see them. Now, what we're seeing here, while it's very heartbreaking, it's technically facial injuries. And technically, like was said over here, you can go to the doctor, and the doctor is either going to give you an exemption or they're going to give you an ointment or a cream, and it most likely will take care of all of that. But then comes the question, can my doctor tell me if my child is developing a problem that is related to keep breathing his own or her own carbon dioxide and chewing into their own germs for 7 hours a day, every day? And how is this going to translate to problems 5 years later, 6 years later, 7 years later, that we don't know about them today? How is it going to translate to any mental or emotional problems that they're developing because you, all of you, are masking their faces? Now, board members, please don't forward the blame onto the state. I know you're saying that you have no choice, but unless you stood up for our children, it's your doing. It's as simple as that, and I don't care what you have to say. Now, respectfully, we, as parents in the community, are asking the board members, especially those who campaigned and campaigned and campaigned, they're going to get on this board in order to get the mask off for our children. And we're asking the rest of the board members to do the same. What we want to see, we ask of you, the board members, to enter a motion to vote for the removal of the masks unless a parent is deciding to have it on. In other words, we're asking you to enter a motion to vote for it to be a parent's choice. You see, we want to see who voted for what. We want to see who really stood up for our children and who didn't stand up for our children. And I don't care what the president have to say. I don't care what the governor have to say. All I care about is what you over here represent us have to say. And the governor, his job is to help you. And your job is to help us. And the main focal point here are the children, not Murphy, and not his friends, and not anyone over there. It's you who are making decisions that create this and problems that is 1,000 times worse than this that we cannot see today. 3 board members over here signed up to do exactly that, to bring this out to vote, and we want to see this vote. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Vinny?
Next up is Mr. Jim Sage.
Jim Sage, Marlboro. This is to address the email that I received from Trish Branch, Vice President, where I disagreed with her on the remote meeting, if you remember the remote meeting and live. And I want to quote one of your paragraphs. Since it was not a remote public meeting, there was no requirement that we permit community members to also appear by Zoom. Well, I got to disagree with that. You had a former board member, Mr. Shiprinson, who was on that Zoom meeting. Number one. The definition of a public meeting, remote public meeting, is a public meeting that is conducted by any means of electronic communication equipment permitted pursuant to NJAC 539.11 and sequence, the ones that follow after that. That particular statute is also referenced in board policy, remote public board meetings during a declared emergency. It says in that law that under emergency circumstances, which we're currently under, that you could hold a public meeting as both an in-person meeting and a remote public meeting, not or, and that's what you had. So I don't know whether we're doing Zoom anymore because I'm not seeing it. And board policy also says the board shall provide the public with similar access to a remote public meeting as members of the board, staff of the board, and any individual seeking one or more approvals from the board. If a remote public meeting is held by audio and video, the public shall also have the opportunity to participate in the meeting in both audio and video capacities. That's addressing that issue. I see we have a gentleman from ESS here, and I just got a comment to make about that. You will have, it seems like you have a former superintendent of the Freehold Regional High School District who's listed as a director on that particular company. Now, I don't know whether people are aware of it, but in 2008, he was implicated in one of the largest cases of academic fraud in the state of New Jersey. He had a phony online diploma mill doctorate degree, which he used to give himself a title, an undeserving title of doctor, and he used that to submit to the Board of Ed for a pay raise, which he received over several years. The school that he went to was Breyer State University, B-R-E-Y-E-R, with the initials of BSU, how appropriate. Not only was he in that school, but four other colleagues of his from Freehold Regional also got an extra pay bump because of that. When Mr. Sampson came in, he made them all pay it back, and rightfully so. That man is a man of integrity. Speaking of integrity and ethics, if he's still on that board with ESS, how is he, if they didn't vet him properly, how is he going to vet our the substitute teachers properly? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Joe, since the question came up with regards to Zoom, can you elaborate a better explanation?
Sure. The only thing I can say to that is we've reviewed all the orders, reviewed the policies, and I understand what Mr. Sage was saying, but when we're talking about a remote public meeting where the public can access via online systems, that's only when they cannot attend in public, and clearly that's not the case, and it wasn't the case then. Then we would be required to allow them to participate. The way we do it right now, many other districts do it throughout the state where you broadcast the meeting while we're here in person, and people can watch at home, and if they want to make a comment, they would come to the meeting, just like they do, like all these people here. So that's what the regulations and everything contemplate. about when we have to allow the same access, only when the public cannot attend the meeting, which is not the case.
Are there any other legal considerations to having the hybrid model or the meetings?
Well, we should talk about any other legal considerations in executive session, but just because it's attorney advice at that point. But I will say that we've reviewed everything, and there's, we're doing it fine right now.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hibbs. Did you want? Did nobody else? Okay. Nope. Thank you. Vinny, please.
Sure. Next up is Mr. Angelo Delgudiz.
No back and forth, please. Excuse me, no black and.
I think it's pretty clear that there's no back and forth. Yeah. Sir, yours.
Thank you. Angela Delgaitis, 2 Old Scots Road, Marlboro. Just picking up on the attendance, and following on from the organization meeting on January 4th. When I saw that, I saw people attending via video. Clearly it was board members and Dr. Hibbs, yourself, and I thought that was really great. And so I'm here to just ask that the board consider as we move forward. You can see that the community is very engaged, probably more so than in the 4 or 5 years that I've come to these board ed meetings. And I know that there's a lot of people out there that would like to attend, but are challenged for one reason or another. So I would just ask that the board consider, as we move forward, I get the policy, but if we move on beyond the policy and just think about what the community wants, to consider whether we can offer, video participation by the community, set up a structure where at a certain point in time, they provide their questions so that you're not having to deal with those questions, as the meeting is taking place, but do that in advance. We see this in a number of settings. We see it in the business world. It happens every day, right? And so I think we need to start thinking about our Board of Ed and the way we educate our students as a business, right? And let's operate it that way. There are policies, there are procedures. So please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody want to respond? Meaning Dr. Hibbs or Joe? No? Okay. Vinny?
Next up is Mr. Brian Cohen.
Brian Cohen, Marlboro resident. Good evening, board members. On January 11th, Governor Murphy extended the public health emergency, which extends the school mask mandate throughout the state of New Jersey for another 30 days. This 30 days passes quickly, and only time will tell what will happen again. This past week, I sent the following email to this board. Dear Marlboro board members, I am writing as a Marlboro resident and parent of 2 children who had the benefit of an education in the K-8 district. I offer my sincere appreciation and gratitude to the board for its support of the mask mandate in our local schools. Policies and actions like this provide a united approach to protecting all students in Monmouth County, schools, and other local districts. Coordinated, consistent, and comparable messaging by our elected leaders and school boards are necessary to ensure our children understand the actions we as parents and they as children need to take to protect against the spread of a highly contagious COVID-19 disease. Mask requirements at this time are not limited to just our schools. Sending our children different and confusing messages on where and when they are to wear a mask, especially by an institution that is long established to teach and protect our children, is fundamentally contrary to the Board of Ed's mission and the expectations we have as parents and residents of Marlboro. Your continued support of our administrators and teachers in the mask mandates is necessary and only helps to put an end to this pandemic. We must all do our part to prevent children from suffering unnecessarily from this pandemic. I wrote this email and come to speak to you today as someone who lost a family member early in the COVID pandemic and who recently lost another family member at age 49. As a brother of a New York City public school teacher who wears a mask in front of her students every day and they wear masks, and then she comes home to an immunocompromised husband. As a parent of a college student and a high school student who both wear masks in class every day. As an executive who goes to work and wears a mask in the office with his employees. As the spouse of a litigator who wears a mask in a courtroom where she works. As a member of a Marlboro family who lives with a senior who has a chronic lung disease. As the son of an immunocompromised parent who had an organ transplant. As a person who led efforts to develop and implement COVID protocols for over 300,000 students, 50,000 employees, and 30,000 daily visitors, including contractors, vendors, and guests. This is more than 9 times the size of the Marlboro population. In this role, I was charged with ensuring the safety of students and faculty, which all contributed to the safety of their families and the larger community. I share a simple message, asking the children of Marlboro to mask up in class to keep them, their family, and their community safe is a very small ask for our kids to teach them a much broader lesson, what it means to be a good citizen. Thank you to all the board volunteers for their time and hard work on this.
Thank you. Vincent?
Next up is Mr. James Trafasi.
Hello, good evening, board members, administration. Just want to mention a couple things. First, thank you for doing what you do. I mean, the board members are all volunteers, and it's a lot of work. I know, my wife's on the board. And the administration, you guys have your work cut out for you. It's been a very challenging time. I mean, since what, March of 2020, pretty much everyone's been operating essentially blind, just kind of making things up as they go, including the governments, including our state government. And I think what can be frustrating sometimes is the state government comes up with a mandate, and sometimes that's more of a sledgehammer than a scalpel, and can, you know, frustrate some people. So one of the things I wanted to mention is if, within the mandate, if there's room to make exceptions. For instance, someone was up here mentioning speech, right? Clearly, it's hard to give a student speech while they're wearing a mask. So, in situations like that, can there be exceptions made, just like we make an exception where they can eat without a mask? For something like speech, could there be a mask exception? Or, conversely, could the school provide a clear mask that might help the speech teacher see what the student's doing, how they're making their sounds, things like that. Just because, honestly, it just seems like teaching speech to a student in a mask is pointless. I just don't really see that much is accomplished there. So just a thought on that. So in general, I just wanted to mention one other thing, and this goes to current board members, new board members. Welcome to the new board members who were elected. I know that there was in the community the concept of restore the board. I would just like to say maybe we need to restore some civility a little bit in the way we interact, especially online. I mean, I appreciate everyone coming up here and providing their thoughts, and that's great, and that's what makes our community strong, is providing feedback. I just think we need some more civility sometimes with some of the exchanges. That would be a good thing. So, just want to mention that. And then the other last thing I want to mention is, you know, the board shouldn't be a political entity, right? It's, you know, you're here, you're elected, but your goal is to help the kids. I get a little frustrated when things start to seem to become political, especially with campaigns, and especially if the campaigns are to win at all costs. Because unfortunately, one of the costs in those cases are the kids. So I just don't want the kids to get hurt by that. All right? Thank you guys for all the work you do. And I was just curious about that one exception with the speech potential.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Also, really quick, I'm sorry, just because I want to be fair, I don't want people to make the assumption, he forgot. We live at, don't egg my house, please. We live at 25 Canadian Woods Road. He forgot. I'm trying to be fair.
Mr. Stefanski, I know that we had a stockpile of clear masks. I will double check with Dr. Blair to make sure that we still have that stockpile. But I can't speak to it right this second, but I'll be happy to look into it.
Are you good? Okay. Vinny?
Sure. Next up is Mrs. Becky Green.
My name is Becky Green. I live at 16 Churchill Court in Morganville. My mom was on the board for 27 years, and I remember the days when she spent a lot of time preparing hours and hours to talk about curriculum, to talk about school services, programs, buildings, and nobody from the public ever came. And now here we are with a lot of public involvement, which is great. There are just a few things that are a little bit concerning to me. The first is just, as has been said, you know, the mask issue is very contentious, and I think it's out of the board's hands, unfortunately. I think people have a right to express themselves, but I don't know how productive it is, because until the governor lifts the mandate, you know, I mean, I'm a teacher, I wear the mask all day, I talk in the mask, it's the pain in the neck. But unfortunately, you know, we're in the situation that we're in. But the other issue that kind of concerned me when I was watching the meeting last week, and I haven't really been following the meetings that much, but I did watch last week, and someone brought up an organization called Fresh Face Schools. I didn't really know that much about it, so I looked it up, and it seems to be a statewide organization that it's very well funded. It's based in Trenton, and it's a political organization that has backing in several communities in the state. And it's also affiliated with a Christian group called Protect Your Children, PYC. And in doing a little bit more research, I come to find out that those organizations specifically endorsed 3 of their recently elected board members. I don't know about you, but I grew up here, and I've lived here most of my life. Now I'm raising my family here. My children attend public schools, excuse me. And
You okay?
I appreciate quiet while I'm speaking.
I agree.
You know, I'm raising my daughter here. She's going to public school, and I would like the community to come together as a group of Marlboro families with students in Marlboro Public Schools, not a political agenda that's decided in Trenton and then slowly funneled to the community here. I think it would be a more productive conversation if people in this community who have a real stake in this conversation, again, not with children in private school, not from out of Marlboro posting on Facebook or coming in here, but people who have kids in our public schools. I think as a community we could come together and really accomplish something if we just hear each other on that basis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Becky, thank you. And as always, thank you for the quarter century your mom dedicated to Marlboro.
Randy, can I comment, please?
No. We're going to do it at the end, after public speaking. After the public speaks, you'll be able to speak. Oh, I did. Okay.
That's what you said in the introduction to the public comment, that board members would comment at the end.
No, I'll reread what I said, just so we're on the same page. Those who wish to speak should state their full name and place of residence. Comments should be limited to 3 minutes. The business administrator will give you warning when you have 1 minute remaining. Members of the public should be respectful and avoid back and forth or debate with the administrator. Professional or board member responding to the inquiry or comment. We will respond when necessary. Once the individual has completed their statement, again, no back and forth. Members will withhold comment until after comments, public comments, if they so choose. Vinny?
Next up is Mr. Lenny Thor.
Lenny Thor, 8 Quail Court. I want to take a minute to thank Dr. Hibbs and the Board of Education for finding ways to keep our schools open and open safely. At a time when 1/4 of New Jersey public schools have gone remote, we have stayed open with a 1.46% transmission rate, which is pretty good. We are a district that has 98% of our kids going on to college. That doesn't start in high school. That foundation for excellence is built in the younger grades. My son is in the preschool program, and he has made tremendous progress this year. A big thank you to all of his teachers, paraprofessionals, principal, director, special services, and everyone else involved. Kudos to whoever hired them, because as a former educator myself, I know talent and they found good, talented people. Thank you to everyone else, especially our school nurses who work in this district and make it great. My son also made all this tremendous progress while wearing a mask. It hasn't phased him one bit, and he has not sustained any so-called mask injuries. Masks protect the person wearing it, but it does more to protect the people around them. Also, it amazes me that people expect our district to not follow a mandate. I've seen parents threaten to take their kids out of the district to mess up our funding. I beg you to please actually go ahead and do it. I think you're full of hot air. In fact, it's a great time to leave this town. People are paying huge premiums to move here. The enrollment in this district has increased since September. The more you politicians, not parents, and I didn't reverse my words, continue to speak, the more likely you are to destroy property values in this town. Using words like child abusers and pedophiles when something doesn't go your way is just crazy talk. On social media and month after month at all these Board of Education meetings, you throw a bunch of stuff against the wall to see what sticks. I have a few questions. Number one, for Dr. Hibbs, Mr. Ballone, Mr. Appalone, Mr. Caravello. How much of your working day is spent responding to false propaganda from community pages, Oprah requests for text messages, and replying to ridiculous emails? Number two, has the board considered hiring someone or appointing someone to debunk the false information being posted on community boards? Number three, why do we allow people who do not reside and or work in Marlboro to speak at our meetings? Other communities have stopped us, and it's time we did the same. I'm tired of seeing my tax dollars and everyone's time wasted on people who do not reside here. Number four, I believe we are required to give our street address when we speak. Why are some people only allowed to state Marlboro, New Jersey? Thank you and have a great night.
Thank you.
Okay, so for the first one, I would say a lot. Oprah requests most times are handled, or actually all times are handled through Mr. Caravello's office. Mr. Caravello could spend hours upon hours, but it's not just him. We have to pull emails, they have to do a search, they have to do a keyword. That's assuming the Oprah request was a valid Oprah request, because a lot of times it's not. But when it is, it can be very time consuming, especially emails that come in with 75 different questions. It could take a tremendous amount of time. As far as the communication boards go, that has been a constant struggle here. I honestly try not to look at Facebook. I'm not sure if people have seen it or not, but it's not a very nice place. So, you know, when people go on there, even respectfully to make an argument, a lot of times it turns into something very ugly. We seem to, as a society, have lost our ability to have a civil conversation at times and then just simply disagree without being angry. So the minute that we open the door to following that page, we go down a rabbit hole, but it has been a discussion point. As far as the last two, I do believe that anyone that wants to speak can speak, right, Joe? And then as far as the place of residence, our policy does say place of residence, which technically fulfill Marlboro, New Jersey. That's a place where they can live.
Okay.
What? Okay. And if you couldn't hear Joe, he said, we'll look at that with the policy committee.
Thank you. Vin?
So next up is Jamie Benavanga.
Good evening. My name is Jamie Benavanga, and I want to start by thanking the board, Dr. Hibbs, school nurses, admin, and teachers for working tirelessly to keep our schools open and our kids in school and safe. As a teacher, I know what an undertaking this is, and if you all don't hear it enough, thank you. I do want to address the issue that was brought up earlier. I see the posters here. I actually saw a poster circulating online. I don't know if that poster is here, talking about mask injuries. I don't know where to begin, so I'm going to try to stay focused with bullet points because I know that I have 3 minutes. I do know that, number one, the photos were solicited on social media. It was an open request that went out on a public page. I believe it was the page that somebody else mentioned, and that's not limited to Marlboro parents in the K-8 district. People submitting, from what I saw, were not all Marlboro parents. One of the photos on the poster that I saw online, again, I don't know if that poster is here, one of the pictures was actually a picture that I know was used in a board meeting from a while ago where a child fell and was hurt and required stitches. That same photo. The public record on August 21 states that the child hurt his face at home and then bumped his face, quote, bumped his face again getting out of the car and was brought to the nurse. The report also claimed that the nurse dissolved the boy's stitches while cleaning the injury. She goes on to complain that a mask was then placed on her son against his will, or against his wishes, I should say. Here's the problem. That same photo is on the poster without any sort of context. So the injury in that photo was not caused by a mask. And it seriously, in my opinion, tarnishes the validity of any of the other pictures where children do have rashes due to masks, because those pictures weren't necessarily vetted. If you have somebody's picture on there with a sliced chin, not happening from a mask. Facts aren't as important, and that's how it looks to me. And honestly, if you want, I kind of feel like we want to make the case at all costs, and facts really do need to be important. So facts, let's get to facts. I've actually researched mask injuries. I've read every major journal, medical journal, and I've spoken to numerous pediatricians. My children's pediatrician, it's a big practice, and then I even spoke to a pediatrician who lives in town. The fact is there's actually no evidence to support that carbon dioxide poisoning is due to masks is happening to our children. There's no concrete evidence that mask wearing leads to mental illness or depression. The overwhelming majority of reported, and I put that in capitals, cases of mask injuries are dermatitis. Actually, 30% of the mask injuries are reported dermatitis, and that's the rash that we see. Here's my thing, because I'm going to run out of time. We keep hearing that COVID has a 99% survival rate, and that's why it's not that important, and that's why we shouldn't have to wear masks. But we're freaking out over dermatitis that is or isn't caused by the masks. My son has a rash every day in the winter. I just wanted to say one other thing.
Thank you. Time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Time is up.
Thank you. Vin?
Sure. Next up is Amy S., 906 Matthew Road.
Good evening, board. Our kids' futures depends on their quality of safety and education, which rests on a good support system of teachers and our board making thoughtful decisions and having the emotional and community support they need, especially at this time. If we chip away at this crucial support, we chip away at our kids' future. The reality is that negativity, ideology, or any distraction sap our energy and impacts the quality of attention and care we can provide them. Long after we are gone, our kids are the ones who will have to deal with global issues that threaten our survival. Issues like climate change, pandemics, wildfires, and so on. So our sacred duty and responsibility as parents, teachers, and community is to prepare them well to deal with anything that comes their way. We need to give them the support they need now to grow into compassionate, caring people who are able to come up with innovative and creative solutions. Our kids need to learn now how to work together, regardless of what anyone's beliefs are. This is the time that calls the best from us, and that they are watching how we deal with it and how we are dealing with each other. So it is my request to our parents, our community, to have the intention to find solutions that help and move us towards a safer and a better community. We need to find ways to build bridges, not tear them down. We need to find ways to use our technology like social media to our collective advantage and our kids' advantage, and not as another tool to further any personal agenda that threatens our unity or breaks us down. If we, as a small community that is blessed in so many respects with resources, educated people, safety, and good schools, cannot find a way to work together and find solutions to the challenges of these difficult times, then what hope is there for other communities around the world that are facing even bigger threats. So a request to all our members of Marlboro community to please act with integrity and a belief that we all want the best for ourselves and each other. Whatever our personal ideology, our Board of Education needs to be protected from any divisive politics so they can turn their energies towards our kids, towards what their job is, protecting our kids and their education, making sure that our kids and our teachers are free to learn, teach, and grow in an environment that is safe, that is peaceful, that is positive. Because if they can do their jobs well, then we all win. If not, then we all lose.
Thank you. Vin, please.
Next up is Ms. Sasha Grant.
Sasha Grant, 8 Sudbury Road. Good evening, Board and Dr. Hibbs. I want everybody in this room to please take a moment to think about how many times you saw someone smile in a school building recently. There are many people who I haven't seen smile during school in a long time. My teachers, my friends, the principal, the vice principals, the nurses, the guidance counselors, and many others, with the exception of a short lunch period in which we squeeze in as many jokes and smiles as we can before having to cover them again. Smiles are immensely important for people. A study done by a team of economists showed that smiling and seeing other people smile helps us recover from stress and reduce our heart rate. Another study showed that smiling can make you a more efficient and creative worker. Based on my personal experience, I know that smiling helps me relieve stress. Whenever I'm worried about a test or homework assignment, laughing with my friends or family helps me calm down and forget about it temporarily. With that being said, why are we covering our smiles? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Vin?
Next up is Mrs. Diana Grant.
Diana Grant, 8 Sudbury Road. Good evening, Dr. Hibbs and members of the board. In our recent communication with Dr. Hibbs, you clearly stated that as educators and not medical professionals, you are guided in your decision-making process by the authorities with the best medical and scientific information and data available. You do not conduct your own independent medical research and rely on the expertise of those with the knowledge. The United States Environmental Protection Agency recommends that there's 0.1% of carbon dioxide by volume in an occupied classroom as the upper limit. The Environmental Protection Agency states that at concentrations above 1.5%, some loss of mental acuity has been noted. The Journal of American Medical Association of Pediatrics, a highly credible peer-reviewed scientific journal, looked at carbon dioxide content in inhaled air in masked healthy children ages 6 to 17, average age 10 years old. The study measured the amount of carbon dioxide without a mask and compared it to with a mask for just 9 minutes. And they found that after just 9 minutes, the lowest carbon dioxide levels measured in children were 3 times the amount of the limit that is allowed. And in fact, the youngest children had the highest values. The values averaged between 1.3 and 2.5% volume of carbon dioxide. Remember, I told you that 0.1% is the upper limit. And that is only after 9 minutes. So can we stop and think what effects hours and hours of mask wearing has on our children? The National Institute of Health goes on to explain
1 minute, Mrs. Grant.
that based on their study in just 2020, after 100 minutes of mask wearing, impaired concentration is found for all mask types used, whether it's surgical, fabric, and 95s. So I ask you, what is your decision-making process based on? And what safe and effective educational environment are you providing for our children? Thank you.
Thank you. Vint?
Next up is Mrs. Christy Hutchings.
Hi. So I'm actually Christy Hutchings, 47 Damascus Drive. So I'm here actually on behalf of a group of parents, not CPAG, tonight. We kind of seen the stuff going on social media, some of even the viral posts that have gone around showing teachers and administrators just completely exhausted from what has been going on this year. So we got together and we'd like to present these cards and drawings made by the children in our district, thanking Marlboro school staff, administration, and the Board of Ed for all the hard work they have done this year to keep our schools safe and open. We have all felt frustrated this year, but we all also see how hard our teachers, administration, and board are working to keep this year together. Many families appreciate the hard work and are upset by the negative vibes being thrown at our schools this year. So over the weekend, some families decided to take the time to show our support. This was a small, unofficial effort that spread through word of mouth, but families were happy to participate, and we would like to encourage others to take the time to write their own letters or cards to spread some positivity to our Marlboro School District as we enter the second half of this year. So I don't know if you want to take them.
Thank you. Thank you. Vin?
Next up is Mrs. DePasquale.
Kathleen DePasquale, Marlboro Township. First question, what would happen if the school district went against the executive order? Next question, you know, I hear a lot of people asking the kids to sacrifice themselves for the well-being of the adults to make them feel more comfortable, but why aren't we worried about what's happening to the kids? You know, some parents here today actually, I am the parent of the person with the face cut open, so first of all, it wasn't the October meeting, it was the August meeting. And
No, back. Excuse me.
oh, look, he's even participating too. And then
I
the
said-
picture was never brought up here in
Excuse me,
as here.
comments
So-
directed to the board president, please.
All right, well, I'm just correcting things that have been said on the record. But anyway, here's my question. What policy number outlines the procedure for what the district will do when the mask exemption letter is submitted to the district? In my experience, I submitted a mask exemption letter for my pediatrician, and after being told by my son's case manager it would be accepted and added onto the IEP, after consult with the lawyer said it could not go on the record. And then I received an email from the CST team telling me that he wasn't developmentally delayed enough for them to think that he would be done. Meanwhile, they hadn't even met him. But aside from that, Dr. Hibbs, you stated in the August that the letter would be judged by the district's doctor. But in a later comment, you stated that the letter would need to be accommodated with the development of a 504. However, tonight, you didn't mention a 504 at all. So, in my view, these are three conflicting statements from you on how a mask exemption will be handled, making the procedure ambiguous. So, what policy number specifically describes this procedure in detail? That was B. So now, because I have a couple things to address with things that were said here. In terms of the substitute, when Mr. Appalone actually presented the substitute information, he was inaudible. I went back and I heard it. He was corrected 2 times by the board to make it clear. Pretty much the description you couldn't even hear. So again, I'm asking what statistical data was used to determine what salary would be used for the substitutes? And the background check, tonight you say that they will absolutely have a background check, but Mr. Appalone was actually specifically asked by the board if the subs would be vetted, and his reply was eventually they would be vetted. So that was the key word. You could go back and hear it. So these, again, 2 different stories in the meeting. In terms of the other parents tonight, I know I was talked about tonight. You used my specific kid, and I feel I feel verbally intimidated that they're trying to silence me, who had children in the district, but pulled my kids out of the district because I wasn't comfortable sending my kids to the district. So I am voicing my experience so other parents can hear two sides of a story. I'm glad everything is perfect for you guys, but
Thank
it's not
you.
the case for everybody else.
Would you like to comment? Yeah. Okay.
As far as going against the executive order, I would ask you to research Middletown. I think you're very proficient at the internet. You should have no problems finding that. Why aren't we worried about kids? We absolutely are worried about kids. We are always worried about kids. We actually never stop worrying about kids in this district. As far as the policy goes, I don't think there's a specific policy on the mask exemption. As far as you trying to accuse me of my words, you can get a mask exemption through a 504. You could also get a mask exemption without a 504 with a medical note. It can go one of both ways. So I hope that clears that up for you. As far as the statistical data for how we pick the amount of money we're paying the subs, we raised the rate from, I think it's 95, right? To what, guys? Louder.
To 105.
95 to 105, and we did that because we felt that put us in a competitive arena with those around us. And to be eventually vetted is to be vetted. So they are vetted. They are vetted all the way through. They are background checked, Mr. President.
Thank you. Vin?
That is it for the first public comment list.
Okay, thank you. Board members, if anybody would like to do, you can speak during second meeting. Second comment. There'll be second comment. So, board members, if you'd like to make a comment, and then we're going to move forward. Kathleen, please.
Thank you. Respectfully, I think I could say with confidence for Christina and Aldo and myself, to the woman that spoke about being backed by this political backed group in Trenton, that's patently false. As anybody who has run an election, if anybody ran for a PTO or any sort of public office, everybody knows you can't control your supporters, where they post. We received zero money. I know everything I spent, I know everything Aldo spent, and everything Christina spent, because we split it down the line from our personal accounts. So that is patently false, respectfully. And Dr. Hibbs was correct in saying that we received a tremendous amount of emails from the pro-mask group. Absolutely, that's 100% true. But we also received many, not as many, from the, I'll call them the pro-choice group. Both sets of emails, whether they were from the pro-maskers or the pro-parents, all posted on Facebook to send letters. So let's not pit each other against each other. It was 100% that both sides were acquiesced or were asked to send emails. That's just a fact. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. Anybody else, please? Trish, please.
I took a couple of notes, and I just wanted to say that I remember when we talked about masking in speech class that we would have clear masks, and I know that Dr. Blair and her team did a lot of work about that. So if that's not happening, then obviously we need to.
No back and forth, please.
So,
Thank you.
So I'm glad that Dr. Hibbs, you're going to look into that because that is important. Well, it's all important, but that's, I understand the concerns there if you're doing a speech class and you don't, you can't see. I mean, obviously that's an issue. So thank you for bringing that. Someone mentioned about when are we going to write to the governor? And I know people had issues with the, I guess, the survey that went out, but we did write to the governor, and the survey reflected that people wanted the masks. So I know that doesn't necessarily fit with what you want, but that is what happened. And so, so we are listening. So understand that that is the case. I am intensely interested to hear from the ESS gentleman about some of the concerns that were listed tonight as far as vetting. So I know that you'll address that because I think you are going to answer our questions. So I think that's really, really helpful. I don't want you all to think that we're not going to have that discussion or talk about that because we do need to fully understand what your services are and then we need to consider that. So anyone that was concerned about that not being answered, I just want you to know that obviously you're here tonight because we need to ask you questions, and I will appreciate your answers, and we'll listen with an open mind. Thank you so much for those beautiful cards. I haven't seen them yet, but to the families that did that, that's really sweet. So just thank you on a positive note for that. And I think that was kind of all the notes that I had that I wanted to address. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Anybody else? Christina?
Randy, yes, I just wanted the opportunity to piggyback off of what Kathleen said to Ms. Green. She wanted to speak to the Restore Our Board group. Specifically, I know she was speaking to Ms. Amster, Mr. Petruno, and I in regards to being backed by the New Jersey Fresh-Faced. I've never been in a political campaign before. You can't control who supports you. I'm not hiding the fact that as a person, I've always been parent choice. That's not something that I'm going to go back on my word, because I feel that every parent knows their child best. And in respect to my children being in private school, which seems to be an elephant in the room, they are in Catholic school, and that is my husband and my decision to place them in terms of our religious beliefs to get an education the way that we feel we want them to be educated in this world. And I shouldn't be judged on that based on my commitment to this community. I'm here to represent every one of your children. Whether you are someone who believes on one side of the fence or the other, that's my job, and I'm committed to that, to be a representative and a voice of every single person in this community, whether my children are here or not.
Thank you, Christina. Anyone else? I see none. That was, okay, so being that was our last speaker and that was our board comments, what I'd like to do is I'd like to make a motion to close public comments. All in favor, say aye.
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 Oh, I need a second? Can I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it. We are going to be moving forward. I do want to draw your attention before we do start and we go into communication. I do want to mention that on our agenda, which is, on the front page that was created for a more user-friendly agenda, I do want to just point out and mention to you, a positive attitude causes a chain reaction of positive thoughts, events, and outcomes. It is catalyst, and it sparks extraordinary results. Wade Boggs. So now we're going to move forward to communication, please.
Nothing, sir.
Okay. Bear with me. Okay, so, communication, no. I will say, and to piggyback on what people have said, the administration and the entire board received a multitude of emails regarding COVID-19 and related protocols from parents and community members, and we thank each one of them for doing that. So we're going to move forward to superintendent report. Dr. Hibbs, superintendent report?
Sure. 6 incidents between December 16th and January 12th, sir.
Okay, thank you. Meeting dates, Tuesday, February 8th, 2022, workshop meeting, and Tuesday, February 22nd, 2022, regular meeting. Can I read, Trish, can you read the approval of minutes?
Be it resolved that the Marlboro Township Board of Education authorizes the release of the executive session minutes for executive session meetings held between January 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2021. These minutes will be made available to members of the public body upon receipt of government records request form by the board secretary, so long as none of the exemptions apply. I so move.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Jen, any discussion? I do not see any. Vin, roll call, please.
Sure. Roll call vote. Mrs. Strafasi?
Yes.
Mrs. Amster?
Yes.
Mr. Petruno?
Yes.
Ms. Piernick?
Yes.
Mrs. Rosado?
Yes.
Mrs. Shrem,
Yes.
Mrs. Salachi,
Yes.
Mrs. Branch,
Yes.
and Dr. Heller.
Yes. Secretary Business Report, Vin, Secretary Business Report?
Yep, so this is standard just to recognize our monthly reconciliation for the board secretary's report and certify the payroll for December of 2021.
So thank you, I appreciate that. Committee reports. So let me discuss that. Recently, I sent appointments and assignments to all board members, providing them with the appointed committees, liaison assignments for each school, and the delegates for the organization. The following is, I assign the liaisons and delegates if you're a delegate or a liaison, you will be responsible to communicate information about a particular organization and/or school during regular board meeting. Liaisons assigned to a school will need to attend at least one event held at the school during the calendar year, representing the board and reporting back during a regular meeting. The committees are as following, and every board member has had this prior to this meeting. Building grounds and beautification. It's going to be Susie, Aldo, and Kathleen. Susie is the chair. Communications, Jessica, Aldo, Trish. The chair is going to be Jessica. Curriculum, Christina, Jen, and Trish, and Christina is the chair. Policy, Jill, Randy, and Susie. Jill is going to be the chair. Safety, security, and counseling. The members are Jen, Christina, and Randy, and Jen is going to be the chair. Special education. The members are going to be Kathleen, Jessica, and Jill, and Kathleen is going to be the chair. Organizational delegates. So the Freehold Regional High School District is going to be Kathleen. Marlboro Township Alliance, Christina. Monmouth County School Board Association, Jill. Municipal Government, Trish. NJSBA, which is the New Jersey School Board Association, is Aldo. The PTO, PTA, and Scope is Susie. The Marlboro Educational Foundation, MEF, is Jen. And the CPAG is going to be Jessica. And to go forward, oops, my apologies. The school liaisons are going to be Asher Holmes, Aldo, David C. Abbott, Jessica, Defino Central, Jen, Frank J. Dugan, Jill. Marlboro Elementary is Susie. Marlboro Memorial Middle School is Trish. Marlboro Middle School is Kathleen. And Robertsville is Christina. With respect to the role of the chair, I've worked with our board attorney and the administration to provide a more detailed explanation as to our policy as it was unclear. I am looking to have it more defined. The policy committee will discuss, and the first reading will be next meeting. In the meantime, I will provide each chair with a draft of the policy of 0111 board committees. So each member, each person will get that. Okay?
Thank you.
So again, communication, transparency, we all talked about that. Okay? That's important. So at this point, Dr. Hibbs, violence, vandalism, and report, please.
Randy.
Oh,
sorry.
Wait, who said that?
Dr. Heller, if it's okay, I'd like to propose a 5-minute quick recess.
Yes, we'll take a 5-minute recess. Thank you very much.
Should we have a motion?
I need a motion?
Mm-hmm.
Do I need a motion? No.
Okay. I have a work.
Okay. We're taking a 5-minute recess. Thank you.
Sorry. He could do.
Gentlemen, if you could please take your seats, we're going to start the meeting again. Thank you. Wait, I'm missing someone. Jill, hold on. Thank you very much. We're going to, we take roll? I believe we take roll. Vin, could you please take roll?
Sure, roll call vote. Mrs. Amster?
Here.
Mrs. Branch?
Here.
Mr. Petruno? Here. Ms. Piernick? Mrs. Rosado?
Here.
Mrs. Shrem?
Here.
Mrs. Salaci?
Here.
Mrs. Strafasi?
Here.
And Dr. Heller?
Here. Where did we stop? I didn't mark it.
That's okay. You are going to pick up right at on page 7, policy
Development
and community relations.
Okay. Christina, can you please read?
Oh, no, excuse me. We have presentations to.
Oh, I'm sorry. I led you on the wrong path.
Yeah, okay. So, yes.
Discussion of the budget.
Thank you. Okay.
Thanks, Joe.
Sorry. We'll put a pause on that. Vin, can you please review the budget for the 2022-23 school year, please?
This is budget session number 1 discussion. Our introduction to the 22-23 budget was back in December, where we rolled out a plan and some of the major things we would be facing going into the 22-23 budget development. So this is just an overview of discussion. Everything is still tentative right now. We're still waiting for our state aid numbers to come in. But we wanted to just give the board an idea of where everything is headed and what we see so far as the budget from the departments and the schools start to come in. So the first slide is just a budget development timeline, what to expect, what to know, and when you should be receiving additional items. So again, today is the first discussion. February 8th at our workshop meeting will be our budget discussion number 2. Usually we don't get a state aid number yet until the governor's address, which has effectively been in the end of February now for quite some time, the past couple of years. So we would like to give out the board binders on February 8th, but if they are not ready, you would be receiving them February 22nd. At the February 22nd meeting, we should have a state aid report to report out and see what our numbers actually are. March 8th will be another workshop meeting, another budget discussion. March 15th will be the regular meeting and the preliminary budget adoption. March 21st, the budgets are due to the county, so that's why we have to do it at the March 15th meeting. April 26th, our public hearing on the budget and final board approval. And then May 14th, budgets have to be adopted. That is the last day for adoption per the election calendar. So some of our goals and priorities for the 22-23 budget. So we review these as an administration and we propose to the board to see really what the key factors are in building this budget. And number 1 is to create a balanced budget that supports and enhances existing programs. Number 2 is to maintain student programs and services while maintaining fiscal responsibility and staying within the cap. And that attests to my previous discussion where I said how we were over adequacy and we could expect to lose more funding than what's anticipated. So we try to sustain everything we're doing knowing that that's coming as well. Number 3, we continue to improve the district's financial condition by funding our reserves. So we want to continue to try to fund our reserves so we continue on the long-term path of improving our infrastructure without really having the leeway to budget for it in our operating budget. So luckily we've been able to budget for our roofs in the operating budget, but going forward, that roof money is ending and we would like to put that back in the budget so it actually can offset the state aid decrease. So it is key to fund our reserves so we continue to have long-term projects such as HVAC or generator replacements or anything else that comes up that's a need. Number 4, maintain financial transparency with open public discussions on 22-23 budget development. On top of having these discussions, we will also, as in the past, be sending memos to the board members as well with budget updates as they come in and not just wait for the meeting Number 5, sustain technology, hardware, software, and student programs. Technology infrastructure can age, so we kind of repeatedly put ourselves on a cycle to constantly replace that and be up to date, so nothing is inefficient in the classroom. Number 6, continue to improve and sustain our aging infrastructure. And that goes back to tying into building our reserves. They also go hand in hand, and also just staying on top of what we can in the operating budget as far as building and grounds and maintenance. So what we know so far. So the district is expected to lose an additional state aid in the amount of $1,069,640. As we also know, the 22-23 budget cannot increase more than 2% cap allowable by law, unless the utilization of bank cap, which we don't plan on doing. Salaries for staff are primarily based on negotiated agreements, and they are actually higher than the 2% cap we're allotted to go up to. So that's based off of what's in the collective bargaining agreement for each unit. The enrollment is projected to increase only 48 students from the 21-22 budget. So we actually took a 3-year average, because taking last year's numbers and trying to populate a projection of enrollment was actually giving us a huge increase of 300 to 400 students, which is we feel is not realistic. So we actually took a 3-year average, and we were able to get 48 students. We learned today that the health benefit premiums, even though they haven't been up in 2 years, they're planning to go up anywhere from 7 to 10%. So we like to try to, until we get an accurate number, we tentatively like to budget what we call the doomsday number, the most that we can possibly be tacked on with. So some of the challenges we face in the budget. So staffing. Staffing continues to be a concern. We don't see that going away, especially during the next school year. And that's continuing the substitute shortage. And that's not only teachers, that's drivers, lunch aides, attendants. Every position you can think of, there's a shortage in every area in this district at one given time. Transportation. We're seeing increased oil and gasoline prices. I'm sure everybody's seeing as well. And that is something that we also have to address, because our buses do take fuel and we have to fill them up, and fortunately that's a cost you cannot get out of. You have to maintain that cost in the budget. Increased costs for out-of-district transportation. We're seeing a lot of the out-of-district contractors upping their rates, and in accordance with IEPs for certain students, if transportation needs to be provided, this is again something that we cannot get out of providing. This goes back to the out-of-district contractors as well. We're seeing driver shortages in other school districts, including ours, where more competitive packages are being offered by the out-of-district companies, basically just throwing incentives, bonuses, anything they can think of to attract in-district drivers, because right now there is a logjam at the DMV when it comes to getting a date for a CDL test, or possibly just getting somebody approved to actually work in a school district. I believe the state did just pass a waiver that kind of waives certain requirements from the CDL, but right now we have no drivers in the pipeline, so that really would not affect the district at this time. So we continue to just have our fingers crossed and hope our phenomenal drivers stay in this district, because they are very valued in what they do here. Facilities. Providing 2 buildings with HVAC in 22-23. As we stated, we're going to make one a base bid and one an alternate. And depending on our funding, most of this might have to come out of reserves, and some may be over the budget and the operating budget. But we would like to get 2 schools started over the summer. If we cannot, we would only have to do 1 school, and then that would delay the timeline for this project. Sustaining increased costs for the annual maintenance agreements. Again, this is something that we continually to try to upkeep our facilities, and that requires us to have maintenance agreements intact with providers, whether it be for HVAC controls or HVAC maintenance. There's certain things that we can do in district with the staff that we have, and then there's some things that we have to go outside of the district to do, and this requires us to budget for those increased costs. Increased costs for supplies and materials, again, whether you name it, PPE, disinfectants, normal standard classroom supplies that we budget for everyday use. We're starting to see an uptick in price of these as well, and so we like to try to budget a little bit extra so we're not short and taking it from another fund or allocating from different sources to try to budget it fully. Increase in natural gas and electricity costs. Now, this has nothing to do with our ESIP program. We still realize savings, but the problem is we are seeing a utility costs from the provider, they're actually raising their rate exponentially to keep up with inflation that they've so-called, and then, which does exist, but in the meantime, we still have to do budget for the increase, because again, this is a cost that we cannot get out of your electric and gas and your overall utility costs. So here is just some tentative increases and decreases by department. So again, these are not final, these are just tentative as we review the budgets, but we wanted to give you basically an overview of what we're seeing so far. So based off the each school budgets that we've received, the total increase from the 8 schools is 1.1%, and that is they budget a little bit more when some of the schools, based on the enrollment projection, are going to see a slight increase in enrollment, whether that be from grades dropping down or just from the enrollment projection, certain kids coming in for the kindergarten classrooms. So that is a collective, that is not each school, that is 1.1% for all 8. Technology, overall decrease. We're seeing an overall decrease to the budget, and that's due to the access points being completed in 21-22. This was a big project that does not have to be budgeted anymore. The whole district-wide has new access points, so that actually comes out of the budget, which lowers it. We continue to budget for our replacement of Chromebooks. So 650 Chromebooks are slated to be replaced again. These would go down to the 6th grade level, and then everything else would trickle down. Again, there was one year I believe we took off, which really hurt us because Google stopped supporting Chromebooks after 3 to 4 years, which kind of left us in a rut when it came to finding devices for everyone. So we continue on that trend and try to replace them yearly. And again, we're seeing costs of that increase as well. We had a Chromebook bid come in last year where we were able to spend $200 a device. We just get quotes just to see what else is out there, just to get a mindset of what we would actually need to budget in. Some of the quotes we've been getting, the same Chromebooks from last year, up to $400, so they doubled in price. And that's something we go out to bid to try to be competitive and see what people would bid out, because usually the pricing is a lot better. One of the things that we're proposing is upgrading the switches at Marlboro Middle School and Memorial Middle School. Again, this is to keep up with your infrastructure, technologically and facility-wise. And this is something that our tech director has brought to us, where we would need, it's time to upgrade these switches, because we wouldn't want another catastrophe where something else fails and then we're stuck, running to try to fix it during the middle of the school year. We want to address it head on. Transportation, like I said, we're seeing an increase in fuel and oil, so we must budget accordingly to see the increase. Increase in contracted services and increase in aid and lieu. Increase in aid and lieu, so aid and lieu is we partner with Freehold Regional. We're still responsible for students that actually attend Freehold Region from Marlboro area, and we have to pay the aid and lieu. We're actually seeing an increase in that due to Freehold Region not being able to provide the busing necessary for those students. So increase in contracted services. We're seeing an increase in contracted services. That is for your at a district, your runs that are that we bid out. So we bid out with contracted services to provide runs if we're not able to meet that demand. We're seeing a decrease in non-public transportation, which means that to see a decrease means that there's less non-public students in the school district right now. And then the special ed joint agreements is the same thing as contracted services, but they're just joint agreements, whether they be with different districts or other service providers for strictly special ed students. Special education, we're seeing an increased tuition rate for out-of-district placements. Now, that is due to the tuition rate for those schools going up. They have a yearly audit every year where they figure out if they were short on any district level, and then they get recommended a new tuition rate set by the state. So the state would actually set that rate, and we've received a document showing all the tuition rates from PSSDs. So we're actually seeing an increase in that, but we should see a decrease because there are some students coming off that are 8th grade and are graduating. Increase in contracted services. So for out-of-district placements and home instruction, we're seeing an increase in rates for those services, whether it be nursing, OT, PT, RBT, speech, or BCBA. Again, in accordance with the IEP, these are some things that are unavoidable, and those are things that we have to budget for and we have to provide to our students. Another item that was proposed is purchase of iPads for augmented devices for special education students. So curriculum, we're seeing an increase in testing supplies, a decrease in curriculum writing, a decrease in contracted services, an increase in online programs, because again, those rates are going up for those programs. Now, we're not adding any programs, but we are planning on offering IXL to more subjects. Now, there seems to be a common trend here. Increase in textbooks. Oh, sorry, I forgot that one. But there seems to be a common trend where we keep mentioning the word increase. We're seeing costs increase at an excessive rate. And it's to the point where it's almost quite alarming, and we're trying to just do the best we can as far as making sure we are able to obtain the quality of programs and staff and everything that we do here intact while maintaining this bubble. And I do think it is going to get better, but unfortunately there's just certain things that where it's unavoidable, and we need to continue to move forward and continue to try to budget for these things accordingly. The last two departments, so building and grounds is still tentative, but we are seeing again the increase in utility costs, the increase in contracted services and annual maintenance agreements. But we are seeing a decrease in projects because the roofing projects are being completed. That is coming off of the books, and that money is going back into the budget to offset the state aid decrease. And so there are the HVAC projects we're planning on using ESSER funding and also using our reserves to try to kickstart that and possibly do too. But we are seeing a decrease in projects in the overall operating budget. Some of the major projects that we plan on doing is, of course, the asphalt repair district-wide. That is going to be a big item where we will go out for RFP to see exactly what pricing we can get and make that competitive. Salaries, again, we're seeing an increase in salaries, and that's something we know already. That's in accordance with the collective bargaining agreements that are in place for all of our employees. So that's it for the update. We're going to have more at the February 8th meeting, but if you have any questions or concerns, please contact me.
Vin, am I allowed to ask a question or
Yes.
later? For the special ed for contracted services, are those BCBAs and nurses ours, or are we getting them from MOESC or other places?
So we do have BCBAs in-house, and the nurses we do have in-house as well. Sometimes the demand actually meets what we have in-house, so we actually have to go out of district to certain contract providers to fulfill that need at that given time. Whether it's someone that come in the district or something that was included in the IEP that is new, we try to meet the needs.
Okay, thank you.
Do you mind if I ask a question real quick? So just out of curiosity, like, for instance, the Chromebooks that you had mentioned, like going from 200 to 400, is it possible to, like, for instance, I'm just going to give an analogy, but the like the car market, the used car market is seeing the same type of thing, and a lot of people are just holding onto their car for an extra year or two until there's a market adjustment. I mean, could we possibly have the students hold on to the Chromebooks for another year or two instead of spending double per Chromebook?
We can definitely look into having them hold on to their Chromebooks. The problem is the wear and tear usually catches up on these devices pretty quickly, so we try to address it as needed. We only usually try to budget for the amount that is specifically needed. If the price is pretty low, we try to budget for a little bit more just to have them in-house rather than have to wait and scramble to get them. There's also in the market you can buy used ones as well, which is a cheaper alternative, but sometimes not always effective because you have to look at the support life. So if that device has already been in use for 2 years, you have to see and weigh the pros and cons of actually how much you're going to get out of it. If I buy a new device that lasts for 4 years, or if I buy a used one that only lasts for another 2, in 2 years I might back out budgeting for that same device. But that is a very good question, and that is something we can definitely look into.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ben.
Okay, thank you.
Good job, Ben.
Thank you.
At this point, Mr. Ballone, can you please present the New Jersey START Strong Assessment results, please?
Thank you, Dr. Heller. Good evening, members of the board, administration, and the community. Presenting to you the New Jersey Start Strong from this fall. Just to give you a little bit of background, due to the lack of state testing the last few springs, meets our federal requirement. Every public school in New Jersey was mandated to administer what has been deemed or called the New Jersey Start Strong. Just to give you a little bit of background, the assessment is in 3 subject matters: ELA, math, and science. ELA and math were for our students, it actually went all the way up through high school, being that we're pre-K through 8. Our students took it in grades 4 through 8, and in science in grade 6 only. It's really important to understand that the standards that this assessment is aligned to is the previous year's standards. So, by way of example, a 4th grade child, now forget about C-level math, right, because then we get into more complicated issues. However, every 4th grade child in ELA and math were assessed on the grade 3 standards. So essentially, our students were assessed this fall on last year's content, last year's mandated curriculum content. In 6th grade science, because science is a band of grades, students typically take the science assessment in grade 5. So our 6th graders took it this year, and that was essentially on grades 3 through 5 science standards. What you're looking at on this slide, and I'll help you navigate through just some of the proficiency levels as well. This is only English language arts in grades 4 through 8. We have a total number of students tested in that section right there. We have proficiency level 1, which you could deem as, for lack of a better term, failing. And then proficiency levels 2 and 3 as students who are passing or need some or less support, really what they call it. And in usual fashion, consistent with the New Jersey Student Learning Assessment, which is the typical state assessment that our students take in the springtime. For ease of sort of looking at the numbers for you, I've combined levels 2 and 3 because those are deemed passing, if you will, and broken out level 1 separately on the left side. So in English language arts, again, and I always preface this with, this is one data point. We never, here in Marlboro, we never look at one data point. We have several data points in ELA. We have F&P reading levels at the lower grade levels, at the grades 2 through 8 to assess reading levels. We have Lexiles. We have our district common assessments. And then we have state testing. So again, one data point, but this one data point, looking back on last year's content, right? We heard a lot about last year and learning loss. And I'm not saying some students were not successful. We always have students who were not successful who need support. Our students as a whole, 86% of our students in grade 4, 93 in grade 5, 84, 90, and 86 all the way through grade 8 did really well, despite the challenges that we had last year. And that's actually consistent with our metrics that we use, as I mentioned before, the F&P reading levels, our Lexiles, and our common assessments. In math, again, similar format. Proficiency level 1 is on the left, and then we've combined 2 and 3. Grade 4, noting an 82. Grade 5, 76. Grade 6, 78. 7, 80. Grade 8, 75. And you may say, why do we have somewhat of a dip there? And we typically do see that even on state testing, because some of our 8th graders are pulled out for algebra and geometry, so they're actually pulled out of that data, and then their data comes later. Algebra 1, 98%, and geometry 100%, which is not surprising. That's typically what we receive, what we achieve. This tells us unequivocally that our placement process does work as well. Our students who are sitting in those classes are actually grade 6, still at a 77. You may say 77 doesn't sound, if my child came home with a 77, I wouldn't really be happy necessarily on the report card. But statistically, looking at research, a 7B is essentially average. So we're doing a little better than average there. Still, we're not ignoring the other side of the coin, but we're still doing quite well. Now, what you're looking at here is actually broken up by subgroup. Again, this is English language arts only. So the FR lunch is free and reduced lunch. And it's important to really note the N, or the total number of students here, which could throw off or at least give you the perception that there's a greater problem than we really have. Especially, so if you use ELLs as an example, there's only 16 students in that data set. So you might say, why are only 50% of our ELLs passing and 50 not? One, it's English language arts, so that makes sense. And two, there aren't many students in that subset. And then you can see special ed, and also gen ed, broken out by subgroup. Did the same thing for math. Free and reduced at 56, 82 for 504, ELLs 40, special ed 38, gen ed 87. And again, I've had conversations in particular really with the special ed population. We need to understand that many, not all, but many special ed programming, we can operate under the assumption that many of them are operating at 2 grade levels behind as it is. So if they were assessed 1 grade level behind of where they currently are, we could expect that they're still missing in that additional grade level. In conversations with Dr. Blair and the special ed team, this is very good information for us. However, the best information and the best way that we address our students' needs in the special ed program is through their IEPs and their IEP goals. So again, one data point, but we are fully aware of some of the things that we need to address in these domains. Okay, science, again, you can see the numbers there, 59, 78. The percentage rounds to 0% for ELLs only because there's 1 student, so there's a rounding issue there. Or actually, I'm sorry, that 1 student fell in the proficiency level of 1. Special ed, again, 23 to 77 on the low end, and gen ed, 86 to 14. And just for this presentation will be posted to our website. So, and these links will be live links for you. So when they're posted, you can actually see them. These are interventions and accessibility features that you can see. So for special ed accommodations, that will bring you immediately to the link where our special ed students have accommodations on state testing. The accessibility manual kind of describes what those accessibility features are. And then the next 2 are actual Marlboro homegrown created intervention plans for response to intervention. So the plan is there in document form, and then we actually have a flow chart as well for you to see. Does anyone have any questions? Ms. Ruzan?
Mr. Ballone, I understand that, you already stated that every grade was assessed on the prior year's standards, correct?
Yes.
So my question is, in looking at the data, obviously you have smaller percentages, like for example, in 4th grade in ELA, 14% were at a level 1, but that's on the previous year's standards. So do we have a plan in place to assess where our students are now in regards to 4th graders being assessed on 4th grade standards and so on and so forth, so we can kind of see where we need to fill in the gaps of all the loss that happened during COVID?
Sure. So this tells us, this really talks about the gaps during COVID and then where our students currently are. I'll use that same fourth grade example. So a fourth grade child sitting in fourth grade now already took the Start Strong on the third grade standards. This year, in fourth grade, we will obtain Lexile, and that student will go through a series of common assessments in ELA, which consists of both reading and writing, and then also in mathematics. So those are grade level standards with what they're being taught right now. So in conjunction with reading levels, common assessments, the spring NJSLA, which we're being told is still on, which I hope it is, and I think it will be. And then, of course, their performance during the year with their teacher. All of that tells us where our students are, and then we place them accordingly for the following year.
And is there any point where you're assessing the current curriculum that you're using in ELA and math in respect to the standards and how well they're basically targeting our population?
That comes directly from our common assessments.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else? Thank you.
You're welcome.
We're going to go into policy development and community relation matters. Jen, can you please read?
Yes. The superintendent of schools submits the following resolution for approval. 1, School Board Recognition Month. I so move.
You go. Easy. Do I have a second? Kathleen, any discussion? I see none. Vin, can you please do roll call?
Sure. Who was the second, Dr. Eller?
Second was Kathleen.
Okay. Thank you. Roll call vote. Mrs. Branch?
Yes.
Mr. Petruno?
Yes.
Ms. Piernick?
She had to step out for a family emergency situation.
Okay. So that's right, Mr. Roselli, is there abstention? Mrs. Rosado?
Yes.
Mrs. Shrem?
Yes.
Mrs. Trafasi?
Yes.
Mrs. Amster?
Yes.
Mrs. Salachi?
Yes.
And Dr. Heller?
Yes. We're going to go to financial and business operation matters. Susie, can you please read the financial and business operation matters, please?
Yes. The superintendent of schools submits the following resolutions for approval. 1, transfers. 2, list of bills. 3, secretary monthly reconciliation reports. 4, harassment, intimidation, bullying report. 5, travel. 6, settlement agreement. 7, team teaching integrated preschool tuition. 8, approval of agreement with Oxford Consulting Services. 9, donation. 10, home instruction. 11, award a bid partial roof replacement at Robertsville Elementary School. 12, non-public school request for technology purchases under the New Jersey Non-Public Technology Aid Program for the 21-22 school year. 13, non-public school request for security purchases under the Non-Public Security and Aid Program for the 21-22 school year. 14, out-of-district placement. 15, approval of contract, Bayada. 16, approval of contract, Quality First Support Group, LLC. 17, approval of agreement, Brett Denovi and Associates. 18, appropriation of 2021 school year ESEA carryover and 21-22 ESEA amendments. 19, approval of professional service agreements, ESS Northeast. 20, scope events. 21, state contract purchases. I so move.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Oh, Jen. Any discussion?
I have a question.
I have a question.
Yes, I have several questions. So I'm trying to remember. Jill, please.
Sure. I mean, I did ask Vinny this earlier, but just to reiterate so that everybody sees, I had a question about transfers number 1 for 964 with the music monies being reallocated for the baseball jerseys. Vin, if you don't mind, could you just repeat for everyone what you repeated for me, or what you said to me? I can't see you. Are you there?
Is he here?
Yeah, so the transfer in question is for the reallocation to purchase new baseball jerseys, correct?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, so that is basically a transfer that was brought to us by the school to purchase new baseball jerseys, and they're taking it out of music where they feel they have a breakage in their account line, so they're utilizing their money and appropriating it in a different fashion. So they have, basically that money is not needed in those accounts.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Kathleen, I'm sorry.
Vin, I guess, Vin, you'll answer this. For number 19, for ESS Northeast, I just have two questions. I saw that the contract is good. If it approves tonight, it goes to the end of June of this year, June 2022. When will we need to let them know if we're going to renew? That's number one. And when will we know if the number is like, I know you said the number is like for subs right now, sub rate is like 40-something%. When will we know if it's working or not working?
Right, so right now our contract is set to end at June 30th, 2022. After that day happens, we have 90 days to let them know if we would like to renew or not. If we do not let them know that we want to cancel the agreement in 90 days, it would auto-renew for another year. So we would have to make a decision within 90 days and let them know. As for the fill rates and how quick we can see the success, so our onboarding process would have to be for our district only, but they already have vetted employees in place, vetted substitutes in place in Monmouth County alone, I believe, in the number of 750, and they actually go through the same extensive process that we would put our substitutes through because it is required by New Jersey law. So they do have to conform to the Pass the Trash law, which is the sex offender law. They have to conform to a criminal background check through the state, and they're actually not allowed in our building until they have all of that documentation in place, and we do get copies of all that as well. As far as seeing how quickly they can come in and establish it, once we set up our platform, I know they use Frontline with us to manage all of our substitutes, and once we start posting jobs, it is in real time where people that are approved under ESS in the Monmouth County region will be able to apply to our jobs. And they're promising a success rate of close to 75 to 80% during the pandemic. During non-pandemic, they said they saw about 85 to 90% success rate. But right now, us doing it the way we are doing it in district, we are seeing a 44% success rate on top of having to have teachers cover classrooms under missed prep periods, which is costing the district almost $400 a day to cover one classroom, as opposed to going to a service that would expand our sub pool and keeping the quality of subs intact by going to 105 plus their service fee, which comes out to about $130, which is, to me, quite frankly, still lower than the $400 we're seeing being hemorrhaged in substitute costs from missed teacher preps.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Trish? Or who had?
Christina, go ahead.
Christina, go with it.
Thank you. So just some questions. Obviously, have we explored increasing our, I'm trying to talk to you, but at the same time being the mic. Have we explored the option of maybe increasing our daily rates for subs in district in Marlboro to be more competitive with surrounding towns? I know I speak from New York experience, but like they're paying the subs $250 a day, which is like more than me, really. But it's attracting, obviously, a lot of the retirees are coming back now because they obviously want to make that money. Have we explored that prior to going into the ESS pool?
So we did a few things before taking this route. Mr. Apollon did pull a full survey of districts that he could get their numbers for in the region, and of course Monmouth County. 95 was a little low, so we felt like to better be competitive with the neighboring surrounding districts that we would be in competition of having success and them taking our jobs, is we decided to raise it to 105. There were some districts like Freehold Borough that raised it to 150, and after communicating with districts that don't really utilize the service but took that big increase, they still said they were not seeing any substantial change of acquiring new talent or having new subs. I can tell you right now we have 100 active subs, but on our payroll alone, we only had 24 that were actually active working in the district. So even though we have 100 subs on our list, 24 are really the only ones that are stepping up and wanting to work. So that becomes a challenge in itself, right, where we have 100 approved subs, but we don't have 100 subs available to work at any given time. So we felt that going to a service to expand our pool, and I don't think it's going to diminish the quality at all. I think it's actually going to bring qualified people in there and give us a mass quantity that we haven't had to cover those jobs.
And I totally, I mean, I can appreciate, I know everyone's having staffing issues, it's like nationwide. When you said high quality, I understand that they're being vetted, you know, through sex offenders and all of those outlets, but how are we rating high quality substitute teachers? Will there be special education teachers as well within that pool to make sure that, you know, students with IEPs are receiving the appropriate instruction and accommodations? Like, do they have a certain amount of years per service that they've worked, or are they fresh out of the pot?
So I'm going to let Mr. Schiller actually speak to the rest of this. I know there are some certified teachers on his staff, and they have certain certifications that we would be, you know, have an opportunity to have in our district, and there are also non-certified subs. It's depending on the nature of what we're looking for.
Okay.
So thank you, Mr. Schiller, for coming out.
Appreciate it. I think it's time to talk right here. So just to piggyback on Vinny's about the process, I mean, the state recognizes ESS as an educational agency. With that, so the state, recognizes ESS as an educational agency. What that means is that we have our own LEA number as well. The school district has an LEA number, we have our own LEA number. So all the processes that the school district has to obtain to hire a teacher, we have to do the same thing to hire substitutes. Pass the trash, TB test, criminal history, all the things that the school district has to do, we have to as well.
I was going to ask you, for those who may not know what pass the trash is, can you explain that, please?
So it's basically if you're a registered sex offender or anything of that nature, you're not allowed by law to work in school districts. So pass the trash is if you have any type of employment from any other types of school districts, or whether it be youth camps or anything involving children, all your previous employers have to sign off that you have no outstanding criminal records or any history of being a criminal sex offender to work in a school district.
So it would have to go to, so each employer would have to return that response, or the person does not go through.
Correct. Any employer that was in the business of educating children or being around children.
Okay, I just want to, okay, thank you.
Is there, just to piggyback on that, is there, because I've heard people say that, well, they'll eventually be vetted. So if they're pending through certain of these gates that they have to pass, are they working until they pass through them, or will they have already passed through everything before you put them into a school?
Absolutely not, because we have our own LEA number. We would get in trouble with the state, just like the school district was, so we cannot place anybody into a classroom until they pass all their credential requirements.
Okay.
So how are they certified? I'm just, like, how do we determine high quality?
Okay, so there's two ways to be a substitute in New Jersey right now: certified teacher or a sub-cert. Okay, we are seeing a lot of sub-certs recently, because anybody with a certified teacher is getting hired full-time. So a lot of our substitutes are sub-certified, which is 60 college credits in a college.
So they technically could have no teaching experience, but just have it.
Correct. So a part of our interview process as well, in addition to everything that we just mentioned, we do a training, a 4-hour in-person training, where it is taught by an ex-administrator, ex-teacher that conducts the training. It's how to present, do a lesson plan, and our trainers are trained to identify if they can do a lesson plan and substitute in the classroom. And if they can't, they don't feel like they can, then we will not hire them.
And just a final question. Mr. Sage had brought up before about something about the superintendent from Freehold Schools. Is he the director of ESS?
He is not.
He's not.
He has nothing to do with any training whatsoever in New Jersey.
Thank you.
Is he involved in the, can you talk a little bit more about that? That's a serious allegation, so.
2008, that was before my time. I know he's no longer with our company.
Okay.
At
He's
all?
not doing any more training.
No capacity. He's not linked at all.
Can I piggy off of and ask some more? Sorry.
Yes.
I read online, and I've been hearing rumors circulating in the education world that they are changing the sub-certifications from 60 credits to 30 credits. Can you talk about your knowledge about that, as well as allowing recently retired special education teachers to return to the classroom? I believe that was in the legislator. I'm not sure if that passed.
Yeah, so the legislation that you're referring to allows, if you're a student in a college or university with 30 college credits, they're allowing that student to substitute teach in a school district.
Is that in New Jersey? That's happening in Florida because my niece is doing it.
Also
But
happened in Pennsylvania as well.
and New Jersey as well?
Yes, New Jersey as well.
Okay.
But they have to be in the teaching program. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
30 college credits, correct.
And
Currently in the college, have 30 or more college credits.
if I just may intervene, at the end of the day, we have the autonomy to pick who we want in our classrooms and who we want representing the school district. So, you know, if that would ever get passed, we don't have to say, oh, okay, well, anybody can apply for our jobs 30 credits. We can set the parameters with ESS and say, hey, we only want people in our classroom with 60 credits. Or we, you know, are looking for a certified teacher in special ed or ELL. So I believe when talking to Mr. Apollon and Mr. Ballone, we're actually not looking to, you know, get rid of like, you know, long-term leave replacements or maternity leave replacements. Those where the classroom is going to be impacted greatly, we are going to continue to do the vetting in-house and hire them in-house. This is really to fix daily subs and have someone covering a classroom, you know, one day at a time. The long-term leave replacements, I think we talked and we want to keep that in-house because that is something that is specific depending on how the classroom is and the environment of the classroom, and we want to keep that in-house.
Yeah, and very important to mention that this is still your program. We're not going to come and say these are the substitutes you need. You let us know what credentials you want. If you only want 60 college credits, then we will only map 60 college credits or higher education to the district that can see the jobs. So I would like to talk also about your district original substitutes that are currently working in-house, because I think I heard a lady present earlier. Nothing's going to happen with them, okay? So we're going to hire them all with ESS. We're going to come in district and onboard them how to become a sub in ESS. Just some paperwork, some forms they got to fill out. We're going to pay for a transfer. It's a state. We don't charge anything to become a substitute with ESS. It's a state required fee. It's either $6 or $29, depending on what their fingerprints of how long they are. And ESS is going to pick up that fee. So we're going to be in district onboarding these individuals. Communication is going to go out in the coming weeks when those dates are, when those times are, and if a substitute that is currently working in the district can't make any of those times, we'll make a special meeting just for that individual sub to make sure we don't board them. So really nothing's going to happen to your current substitutes, and if the teacher really likes one of your current substitutes, we'll set them up in the ESOP system where they will get the first right of refusal. So if I want to, you know, sub for Vinny, and Vinny really likes me, so Vinny puts an absence in, I will get first notification before it goes out to the rest of the pool. So we can set that up in your system right now to make sure your current subs, nothing is displacing them.
So then our current subs would have to become part of your company in order to work within Marlboro schools?
Correct.
Unless they were going to be like a long-term sub, Christina, yes.
I was just gonna say, and then what happens if they, okay, so a two-part question. One is, what happens if they don't want to? They wanna continue working for Marlboro, but independently. And then number two, like, do we lose them? And then number two, if they're Marlboro subs, and I guess this is kind of, I guess they could be subs anywhere in this area, but if they're Marlboro subs and now they're part of ESS, and ESS is also working with other districts, they send one of our, you know, regular subs out to a different district. We need a sub, we want that sub, now we lose that sub potentially?
Right.
No, I'll take that one. I mean, so we have subs that particularly like specific buildings and specific classrooms. They can still request those classrooms. So we're not going to lose subs that want to stay here. Subs that want to stay here are going to be here, correct?
Correct. Absolutely.
You don't have to.
So,
Nope.
yeah, nothing's
So
going to happen.
no worries with that at all. They're not going to get swiped up by, call it Manalapan or
Okay.
call it Howe. Now, they could choose to take that job if they wanted. However, for what we've seen is people are very provincial about what they like to be.
Right.
And they can still stay there, and they're going to make more money now doing it than they did before.
Okay.
Dr. Hibbs?
Yeah.
To
I
that point though,
Sure.
if let's just say a sub went, and I don't know the rates everywhere, so let's just say I'm gonna make up a town, right? So Manalapan. Let's just pretend it's $200 a day.
Yep.
I don't even know if that's true. But, what is it? Okay. They then have the option between Marlboro and a higher paying district. They can then take the higher paying district. Obviously, if they're in ESS, they're obviously going to take then the district that pays more money, right?
So someone could, sure.
And we could then lose somebody that we really loved in our schools or with our population.
You could, but then you'd also gain probably a whole host of other people. And I think that's really, we definitely understand that this is a bigger maneuver, But the reality is that we are just not covering what we need to cover,
Right.
and it's breaking us literally. So yeah, I mean, you could have all of that. You could have someone that jumps on here and then still stays at Dugan because they love Dugan. You could have someone say, I don't like change, I don't want to do this. The reality is you'll probably have some small movement in that either direction, and then you'll also have a whole lot of other people that would come that would raise our essentially our non-fill rate from, was it 44% to, you know, all the way up to 75 or 80%, which is what we're really hoping to attain. But you could have that, Christina.
Thank you.
If you don't mind, just out of curiosity, in Monmouth County, how many districts are you serving?
Currently, we do Middletown, Manawam, Shore Regional, Oceanport, Ocean,
Rumson.
Rumson, thank you, Colts Neck. I think that's all in Monmouth. We have a bunch of Middlesex that kind of border, you know, your county, Piscataway, Woodbridge, East Brunswick, South Brunswick. We do have a bunch of districts that are around here.
So the pool of 900 subs that you would be able to offer to the district would also be, they would also be available to all those other districts.
Correct. So right now, when your teachers are putting an absence in ASOP, it's going out to the 24 people that are accepting jobs or the 100 active subs that you have now. Now, when a teacher puts in an absence, now it's going to go out to the 900 subs in the area. You have to accept those assignments.
Just out of curiosity, like, do you know roughly of the 900, how many are actively working at the moment?
They are, that is the active number. We actually consider an active sub anybody that works one time a month. We don't put them, anybody that doesn't, like, works every 3 months, I mean, it's great. We still want them on part of our pool, want them to continue to work, but we don't consider them active because our recruiters, it doesn't tell how effective your pool is, you know, when you calculate active subs that are only working once every couple of months.
Understood, thank you.
I'm so sorry. I know I'm being annoying. But I'm just trying to get some more information. Do principals have the ability to rate the subs and state, like, you know, Sally really was not a great...
Report that we send out, we want feedback from the principals, absolutely. We also have an incident report, so if anybody monitors any behavior with one of the subs that are in the classroom, whether it's, you know, not properly dressed, on a cell phone, not wearing a mask, whatever the case may be, there's an incident report that they can put in, and once that hits submit, that substitute can no longer see an assignment until we do an investigation. We call the sub, we call the person that did the incident report, we find out the story, then we come to the administration staff and say, this is what we found out. Maybe that sub's not good for the high school, maybe it's good for the middle school, vice versa, or maybe the sub is not good for the district, and now, obviously, that's your decision.
And Vinny, if this is till June, you said, of 2022, when do we have to renew the contract? Like, when do we have to give notification at a certain point that we are going to use this again for next year, or is there?
But I believe the contract says 90 days.
90. Thank you.
I have a few questions. Sorry, I have three. Oh, go ahead. Okay. Just, so you had mentioned about the filtering, right? So New Jersey's changing 30 credits, whatever, but we can filter to say who we want to look at the pool of your substitutes, correct?
Correct.
So right now we're at a 44% fill rate without your service, and if we take your service, then we're up to 77. If we start filtering, are you still thinking you'll be able to provide that 77% fill rate, or the moment we start to filter, does that number then become compromised?
If you go to 100% teacher certified, that number definitely will be compromised, but I mean, this legislation just passed, so, you know, I think the numbers are safe where they're at. I think it only can help. But, I mean, 30 college credits, I don't know how many people we're going to attract, it's new. So
right.
Our recruiters are out in the colleges now trying to get the individuals, so.
Okay.
You know.
Second question, and it speaks to Christina's question, and I just think, because I don't know that you were on the board at this moment, and maybe Vin or Paul, you could talk about it, but I know at one point when we were trying to get subs, we asked to go, and Paul pulled the list and talk to our retired teachers, and some of them didn't come on board, some did come on board, and others weren't able to do that because it affects their retirement pension or something. And through your service, that barrier goes away, if I understand that correctly. Am I correct?
That is correct. That's one of our big recruiting tools, is that we reach out to all your retail retirees because they can come work with us and it won't affect their pension.
Okay, and then my other question is just about, the first speaker talked about the stringent protocols that she went through to become a substitute in district. And I don't know, you talked about your stringency as well. We're under the same licensing issues, so whatever we're doing, you're doing. But maybe Paul, could you talk to, is there any other stringent measures that Marlboro takes that perhaps ESS doesn't? I'm just wanting to understand that.
He's on.
I think you have to turn it on. Oh, there you go.
We do the same thing. We are also required by the state to make sure that the fingerprint background check applies to every position, such as volunteer, student teachers, administrative board members. Same requirement applies to them. We also are making sure that every employee goes through the pass the trash. Just like Vinny said, they have 20 days to complete that requirement to make sure that information goes from the corner school district to us, and then eventually we make sure that that part is completed from top to bottom.
So it's a similar situation then. What we used to do for our substitutes, the process to be hired is similar to what is happening with ESS. So we don't have those issues where we're concerned about the quality of the vetting. I think you talked about it already, but I just think that's a major concern for all of us. These teachers are substitutes are with our children. So again, just to restate it.
Yes, we have our own LEA number, just like a school district does. So we have to follow every single state guideline, procedures in order to become employed by ESS and work in a school district.
And if they haven't gone through all the gates, they're not in our classrooms.
They cannot be in your classroom.
Thank you. Yep, Paul, sorry. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Jen?
Sorry. Just, I know yearly as a sub, because I sub, I have to do training every year. You still do that as well?
It's an ongoing GCN training. Yeah.
GCN, yeah, that's who you, okay. That's what I was wondering. Thank you.
And the district can choose what modules they want. We have thousands to choose from, so the district can pick out what modules the ongoing training that our subs are trained in.
Who in our district is doing that? Is like picking those? Is that you guys? Okay.
Yeah.
And so
we'll look to match.
Okay, so it'll go back to that stringency that we've always imposed. We will impose again. We're not going to change what we're doing. Is that accurate?
Accurate.
Yes, it is accurate. I just want to let everyone know, especially maybe in the audience who, education's full of acronyms, right? LEA is Local Education Agency, which essentially ESS is, in the eyes of the state, is viewed as a school district. So what we're doing, they need to do.
Thank you.
I think it's also important to know if you have any district-specific policies or trainings that you want a substitute to be trained in order to sub. If a substitute does not have that training in their profile in the frontline system, they cannot see a job in your district.
So are there any required modules right now? Like I know for teachers, you have to have a 2-hour HIB training. You need to have the suicide awareness training.
Same thing.
Okay.
There you have to have mandatory trainings that we have to follow.
Yeah, I think what makes the most sense is for us to huddle up and have the substitutes really go after the same trainings as our teachers, right? Mike, that would include dyslexia, that would include, HIV, that would include suicide, all those.
Any other question? Okay, thank you. Vin?
Thank you, Mr. Schiller.
So, any other questions? None. Vin, roll call, please. Oh, wait, you're right. Yeah, please.
Yep, so this is roll call vote for financial and business matters. Okay, so first up, Mrs. Strafasi,
Yes.
Mrs. Amster,
19 no, yes to everything else.
Mrs. Branch,
Yes, and thank you for answering our questions. South Pole.
Mr. Petruno,
Thank you for answering the questions. Yes to all of them, no to 19.
Ms. Piernick,
Yes.
Mrs. Rosado,
Yes to everything, no to 19. And thank you for your answers.
Mrs. Salachi,
Yes.
Mrs. Shrem,
Yes.
and Dr. Heller.
Yes. I'd like to first, donation. A gift of five handcrafted chess sets for Marlboro Middle and Marlboro Memorial Middle Schools, each valued at $200, for a total donation of $1,000 from Richard and Marianne Opekun of Brick, New Jersey. I want to thank them very much for that. And so we're going to move forward. Jill, can you please read curriculum matters, please?
The superintendent of schools submits the following resolution for approval. 1, bilingual ESL 3-year program plan. I so move.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Jill,
Susie.
Susie, thank you. I'm having trouble. Any discussion? I see none. Vin, roll call, please.
Sure. Roll call vote. Mrs. Salachi,
Yes.
Mrs. Amster,
Yes.
Mrs. Branch,
Yes.
Mr. Petruno,
Yes.
Ms. Piernick,
Yes.
Mrs. Rosado,
Yes.
Mrs. Shrem,
Yes.
Mrs. Strafasi,
Yes.
and Dr. Heller.
Yes. Jessica, can you please read personal matters?
Sure. The superintendent of schools submits the following resolutions for approval. 1, resignations. Be it resolved that the resignations of the following employees be accepted. Beverly Flax.
No,
School-
you just have to read just the number. So
Thank you.
1,
Sorry.
resignation, 2, amended start.
Got it.
so
Sorry.
on and so forth. No,
Newbie.
please.
All right. 1, resignations. 2, amended start date. 3, employment of certificated staff. 4, employment instructional assistant. 5, employment school aide. 6, amended salary non-certificated staff. 7, stipend mentor teachers. 8, extracurricular activities advisor. 9, stipend student information and data service manager. 10, student practicums. 11, substitute teacher. 12, substitute instructional assistant. 13, substitute school aide. 14, substitute secretary. 15, paid medical disability leaves. 16, unpaid leaves of absences. 17, amended resolution leave dates. That's it. I so move.
Do I have a second?
I
I'll second.
Jill. Any discussion? I see none. Vin, roll call, please.
Mrs. Amster,
Yes.
Mrs. Branch,
Yes.
Mr. Petruno,
Yes.
Mrs. Rosado,
Yes.
Mrs. Shrem,
Yes.
Mrs. Salachi,
Yes.
Mrs. Strafasi,
Yes.
Ms. Piernick,
Yes.
and Dr. Heller.
Yes. Before we move forward, Mr. Ballone, can you please read the letters for our outgoing staff? I thought we.
No, it's a resignation, not a retirement.
Oh, sorry.
You're good.
My apologies. Sorry about that, Mr. Ballone.
I actually could see him sweat.
Okay. Then we're going to move to policy development and community relations. Susie, please.
The superintendent of schools submits the following resolutions for approval. Do we have an amendment?
Do we have an amendment?
This is just amending the actual school calendar due to the
No,
snow days.
Right, but
there's
it
no
starts
one.
with number 2. There's no
Should be 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just off? Okay.
Yes, sorry.
So, 2, amended 21-22 school year calendar. 3, approval of 22-23 school year calendar. 4, job description. I so move.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Who is that?
Jessica.
Oh, Jessica. Any discussion? I see none. Vin, roll call, please.
Sure. Mrs. Rosado,
Yes.
Mrs. Salachi,
Yes.
Mrs. Strafasi,
Yes.
Mrs. Amster,
Yes.
Mrs. Branch,
Yes.
Mr. Petruno,
Yes.
Ms. Piernick,
Yes.
Mrs. Shrem,
Yes.
and Dr. Heller.
Yes. Let's move to current liaisons. Again, we just switched committees and et cetera. But Jen, do you have anything from the Monmouth County School Board Association? No?
No, nothing.
Jen, do you have anything from the NJSBA?
No, but they have workshops and stuff always ongoing.
Thank you.
virtually.
Great. Jill, do you have anything from the Freehold Regional High School?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
They had their January meeting on Thursday, January 6th. Dr. Sampson reiterated that they will not be going remote for any reason due to very large increases in discipline problems tied to the past 2 years of remote learning and half days. They have received $9.9 million from the federal government, unfortunately, but it doesn't offset the $30 million cut in state fund. Next month, they're going to be offering free SAT prep classes for the first time. Juniors will be taking graduation proficiency exams the week of March 14th. Magnet program decisions should be out by the end of February. And they're trying to look into expanding the business administration, comp sci, and law and public service just due to popular demand, which is great because that means more opportunities for our kids to be included. And they're in the middle of curriculum writing occurring for world languages. Right now they have 3 primary languages being taught: Spanish, Italian, and Latin. French might likely go away because the feeder schools are no longer offering it. So there you go. And that's
Okay,
that.
thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Does anyone have anything from the Marlboro Township Alliance? Okay. Does anyone have anything from Marlboro Township? Nope. Does anyone have anything from the PTO, PTA?
Meeting coming
No.
up
No, okay.
at some point.
And does anyone have anything from MEF?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Jen.
So we are having, the Marlboro Educational Foundation, we are having our second kids virtual painting night on February 8th at 7 p.m. It was so much fun the first time, so I think you should join. We're going to have a flyer come out with more information this week. It'll be emailed out. That is that.
That's awesome.
That's good.
No, for us. No, okay, sorry, that's good. Anyone have any old business? We're going to move ahead with old business. Anyone? I see none. We're going to move on to new business. Anyone have any new business?
I do.
Okay, Aldo, your turn.
Being new to the board, please excuse me if I'm not doing this correctly, as I'm still learning the correct procedures and protocols to follow as a board member. After receiving access to my district email, I was really shocked at the number of emails received from members of our community, both for and against the mask mandate. After reading them, it seemed apparent that masks are not a one-size-fits-all answer. Some parents prefer that their children wear masks. Others do not want their children to be forced to wear them. I firmly believe that a parent will always know what is best for their child, and that choices such as these should be left up to the parents and not the schools or the government to decide. I support parents on both sides of this issue to do what makes them comfortable and what they feel is the right choice for their children without discrimination. I'd like to motion for a resolution recognizing parental choice in schools for medical interventions upon the expiration of the executive order on February 10th. This motion includes parental choice on masks and COVID vaccines. In the interim, I'd also like to see a letter drafted from our district to the governor stating that we as a community do not want these executive orders to continue to be extended any further. It's time for parents to start making the decisions for their own children. Can I get a second for this motion?
I second.
I was going to say, before we make this motion, we should go to executive session and talk about some legal ramifications of it and, what that would mean going forward.
Under the advisement of the attorney, I'm going to, what would be the verbiage?
You could come back out.
Oh,
Can
come
you
back
explain that to Aldo?
Yeah.
please?
Yeah, what I was going to say was we should go to executive session, talk about the legal aspects of that motion before the board votes on it, and then come back out and vote on it. So it's still on the floor. But when we go to executive session, we'll discuss it.
Okay. Will we have a discussion out here, or is it all back there?
Well, there's discussion between the board members about whether they want to support it or vote on it or what we want to do with it. But anything legal related would be in executive session. We wouldn't have that out here. So there would be a discussion in executive session with me, with the board, about, you know, what happens if we pass this motion, what do we do? But coming back out, you know, a line that says I support that or I don't, or here's why, that's different. That's for out here.
And Aldo, was your motion for?
Yeah, I'm a little confused. Just tell me if I'm not understanding. The motion is for parental choice upon the expiration of the mandate on February 10th. So is there anything legal that I'm not seeing?
I think Joe would talk to you about the legality of going against an executive order.
Well, I'm not saying go against I'm saying upon the expiration of the executive order on February 10th that we would then initiate a parental choice for masks and vaccines.
I think Joe's point, none of us want it to be extended, but it could be extended past February, in which case you wouldn't be doing
Right, yeah, and that's that was the second part, why I'd like to see the letter drafted, if we could, you know, to the governor stating that, you know, let's not keep kicking the can down the road, you know, enough is enough, like, let's let the kids live. But yeah, whatever we need to do, if we need to meet privately, you know, I'm sorry to everybody in the crowd, we'll be back.
Okay, at the advisement of the attorney, we're going to take that into executive. We already are set up for an executive, so we'll discuss that after public comments. Thank you, Aldo. Does anybody have any other questions?
So just to be clear, the motion's already on the floor, so we're leaving it open, so you don't have to make it again.
Oh, okay.
So it's.
When does it vote on?
The vote will be, we have an executive session tonight after public comment. So once that's done, we're going to go into executive session and talk about a few things. We'll talk about that aspect of it there. We'll come back out and we'll vote on that motion.
Oh.
So later, we're going to go into the library, talk, and then come back and vote after talk.
All right, thank you.
Any other comments? Okay, so we're going to go into second public comments. Those who wish to speak should state their full name and place of residence. Comments should be limited to 3 minutes. The business administrator will give you a warning when you have 1 minute remaining. Members of the public should be respectful and avoid back and forth or debate with the administrator, personnel, or board member responding to the inquiry or comment. We will respond when necessary once the individual has completed their statement. Again, no back and forth. Members will withhold comment until after public comments if they so choose. Vin, who do we have?
First up is Mr. Moisha Grant.
Good evening again, members of the board. Sorry for the headache yesterday. There were too many people, way too opinionated here, and I'm one of them, which is absolutely fine. It's a way of life. A board member just, Moshe Grant, I'm sorry, 8 Southbury Road. A board member just asked a very legitimate questions about the legalities, if there's any consequences, if it becomes a parental choice in a case where an executive order expired. Mr. Counsel, legal counsel, there's more than one legal counsel working in this town, and I can tell the board members 100% that there are no negative legal consequences. That's number one. Now, someone said over here, and I'm not going to repeat name, that more emails asking for masks were registered. While the so-called majority is welcome to wear whatever the hell, and I'm sorry for my French, they see fit.
You can't do that, by the way. You can't.
Okay, my apologies. I'll never do it again.
Thank you.
No majority can legally vote for a minority to participate in any experimental medical procedure, including the use of masks, but we're not just talking about masks. especially when data effectively shows that they just simply don't work. Now I have two questions that I have asked officially via emails and I never received answers for, but I'll go to portions of them. And question number one, are any of the COVID-19 prevention and mitigation strategies and policies implemented by this board qualify as the fulfillment of requirements needed as a part of approvals in order to receive ESSER funds? That's question number one. And question number two, without pointing out what other schools are doing in Middletown or anywhere else in the country, what will the non-health related consequences be if the board does decide to ignore the state's suggested policies and implement full parental control in relation to all those policies? Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to respond?
Yeah, Vin, the ESSER funds, we had to do the one plan, but they required us just to report what we did. It didn't require that we did certain things.
Right,
Correct?
so the template was set by the DOE under the Safe Return Plan to effectively get input from the community based off of the survey, and then, let the community know exactly what we were doing with those funds. And then on previous agendas, we've had it appropriated and approved and have had discussions as well. I will attest to, if we do not comply with the mandate, unfortunately, they would hold our funding, and they actually would come in and control the school. So the state would actually come in, and this would be a state-controlled district.
That'd be a bad thing.
Which we would have to comply with the executive orders anyway, under a state-controlled district.
Thank you. Vin, next.
Next up is Mrs. DePasquale.
Thank you.
Kathleen DePasquale, Marlboro Township. I'm just looking to clarify a couple things that were said tonight. One thing I want to clarify is that according to a statement that was made by Hibbs earlier today, he said currently the district has two different sets of quarantine rules for the vaccinated students versus the unvaccinated students. So that's a discriminatory policy right there. And it's also a policy that is turning coercion to parents because they don't want their kids to be quarantined, so that could be used as a coercive tool to get parents to vaccinate their kids. Also, you had talked about that parents could opt into the test to stay, and you stated that families will be supplied with home tests. So first question is, how are those tests administered? Is it something they're swabbing in the kid's nose, or are they spitting? And if it's in the nose, does it still contain ethylene oxide, which is a known carcinogen? And how are the parents supposed to report the results of those tests to the school? Is it just we're going to take your word on it, you got to hand in the test, a picture? How does that work? I want to bring up that a stakeholder tonight had said that my son's picture was displayed here at a BOE meeting before and tonight, and my son's picture was not here at any time. So I just want to clarify that that is a false statement, and I want the record to reflect. I can't speak because it's going in my mouth.
You can do it, please.
So I want to reflect. So you tell me I can't breathe while I talk? This is now cutting into my time. I'd like to pause my
I'll
time.
extend your time, not a problem, but please pull your mask up.
All right,
Thank you.
but how am I
Thank you.
supposed to talk when it goes into
I
here?
can hear you just fine. You're good.
Okay, so
Thank
we're
you
going to
so
ignore
much.
the exemptions allowed by the executive order. All right, so just so the record to report that. So I think I'm owed back 25 seconds.
After you pull your mask back up.
It's on.
Thank you. Over your nose, ma'am.
It's over my nose.
Okay, leave it there, please.
All right, so now I think I'm owed 35 seconds. Several stakeholders tonight were emotional in their statements and have suggested to the board that they should censor some of the community members based on where their children attend school, again, public versus private, how people state their residence when it's clearly in the policy, just state your residence, and a few other things. So, this suggestion is a bullying tactic, and statements were meant to intimidate a specific group of community members into silence. District Policy 9202, the civility policy, Section A, says disruptions. E verbally or physically intimidates others. It's followed by any parent, guardian, or community member who engages in any type of disruption level above A through H will be directed by the appropriate school personnel to cease the disrespectful behavior. I have not seen any of that civility policy placed out. So at this point in time, 35 seconds.
I'll give you 30 seconds.
So at this point in time, I feel personally intimidated by several speakers tonight as a result of their comments. Definition of intimidate: to coerce or deter, to make timid, to dishearten, to abash and embarrass, to put to shame. I am verbally requesting the board to review District Policy 9202 civility and react accordingly to the district policy and address the speakers whom intimidated myself and others in their rooms with their comments on how we shouldn't be voicing our opinions. And last thing I want to bring up,
Thank you very much.
70% is a D in college, so you can't argue that's a good score.
Thank you. Avin?
Next up is Mrs. Lisa Nabolsi.
Thank you.
I think she is here. Next up is Mrs. Angela Visotsky.
Angela Colby, Visotsky, Marlboro. I just have a couple of questions regarding the New Jersey Start Strong that you had discussed, Mr. Ballone. As I understand what you were saying on your visuals there, these common assessments are given to the special education students, and they're given, the third graders are based on second grade and first grade, years behind, or fourth grade 2 and 3 below. And it looks like 58% of them are failing ELA, 77% are failing science, only 38% are passing math. Now it's known that special ed is already 2 years behind, so I'm assuming that those numbers would be increased for failing rates. What other programs can we provide to these special ed kids? We know these IEPs don't follow the curriculum. They're not going at the same rate as what the general ed kids are getting. Teachers are picking and choosing what curriculum matters the kids are able to comprehend. As they get further up in grade level, they are losing time and they're decreasing in the amount of the gap with their special education kids. We have to figure out how to do something. We need to get a plan for summer school in motion now. These teachers and these rates that we're talking about, these special certified subs, 30 to 60 credits for somebody who has no experience teaching with minimum pay for a special education classroom, to me is unacceptable. As a parent, I would not want somebody who's coming out of the street to teach my kid, help them with ABA, help them with speech, when they don't have any knowledge of teaching credit history whatsoever. So please, as a board, please, 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 think about ways of, out of the box,
1 minute, Ms.
how we
Visotsky.
can get these kids and their education levels back to where they need to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Vin?
No one else is left on the list.
Okay. Yes, that's fine, because we're at the second, so yes, that would be appropriate. Can you sign in? How does that work?
Nope, just
Oh, just, okay,
right now,
sorry.
just state your
Just
name
trying
and
to
address
figure
and
it
any
out.
affiliation, and I'll write you down.
Ashley McCormack, 16 Riley Road. Thank you. Mrs. DePasquale just addressed it, but I just wanted to reiterate. Since my son's face was on one of those posters, I promise you that I vetted every single one of those photos. Every single one was a child from our community. Every single one will be seeking out medical exemption, but that wasn't the point. The point was we don't want it to happen to other children. We can handle this, what you just saw. We just don't want it to continue. And that child with the slice that the community member brought up was not on these photos here tonight for a reason. It didn't originate from a mask. It originated from something else, and the mask aggravated it, so we took it out. It was not here for a purpose, for a reason. If I ever stand up here anything that I say to you, I personally have vetted, and I am a mom, and I am not a liar, and I'm up here with passion, and I've left my children home with a babysitter, and I don't get to tuck them in because I want you guys to hear me. We all want you guys to hear us and do something. Questions for Dr. Heller, and only Dr. Heller and the board. When we email board members at ncps.org, does that only go to board members? Also, when we email just board members individually, why does the superintendent get copied in? Especially if it's just a question for the board members. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the question, actually. As I've told the board members, you know, because the administration runs this school district, okay? They need to be aware of what is going on in the district and hear from the parents, okay? Every email was sent to every board member, and my reply to every individual, which I read twice every email because I do not just send it out, because that's just how I work. And I made aware, and I was very open with all the members on the board. So I think I'm answering your question. I forwarded it to the administration, so they are aware of what's happening within the school district. So, but I do appreciate you sending your email, as I said, and I respectfully appreciate. I just appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, I hope I answered that. To come up again? Yeah, please. Thank you. Yes, I will get you next. Sorry about that.
I just need a little clarification from my earlier comment. The gentleman from, when asked by board member Christine Rosado as to whether the former superintendent of the Freehold Regional High School District has anything to do with the company, I believe he said he has nothing to do with the training. Is that correct? I'd like to get a clarification if he has anything in any capacity with that company. It's either yes or no. Because someone's being deceptive, because according to the Lincoln resume, he's still working for that company. So someone's being deceptive and not being fully accurate here. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, we'll look into it, and I'll make sure that there's an answer to that. The vote was already taken. And as per the attorney, we will find out. No, I'm sorry. There was a young lady. Yeah. Hi.
Okay. I'm sorry. Hi, Dana Verga, Marlboro. I wanted to just have 2 quick points. The first one is a proposal for the test to stay option. I could forward all the board members. The actual proposal comes actually from Friends in New York. And it's what you get is everybody that is in contact with the person gets 2 tests to take home. So the first one you take the day that you're actually in contact with the person, and then you take one 5 days later. Both are sent to the nurse, just a picture, and the kid gets to stay in school the whole time. Most important, it applies to both vaccinated and unvaccinated, so there's no discrimination, and everything is reported right back to the nurse, and it keeps kids in school longer. My second point is this. Have any of you ever read the book, The Zacks by Dr. Seuss? It basically is 2 people standing in the way of each other, and neither one will step an inch aside. There they remain completely unchanged. What if, as a community, we can get people from both sides to meet up, hear each other out, and realize that if you agree or disagree on somebody's stance or not, we are all just doing the best for our kids. Maybe some voices are louder than others, but those voices who others love to attack, I admire them. I wish I could be just like them. I consider myself a mouse, a people pleaser, but I am so grateful to all of you and people like you who give me and so many others the courage to fight for what we believe in. Anyway, so my question is not for the board, but to the community. How do we get to a better place? Why is everything an attack and a fight? Why can't we as a community accept that we parent different, we hold different values, our kids have different needs, we're all going to make different decisions. We need to start to respect that we have differences and take that step to the side and learn to work with each other if we want to see any change.
Real quick.
Thank you, Dr. Hibbs.
Yeah, very, very well spoken. Thank you. And
Oh, you can't.
And the second piece, or the first piece about your test to state protocols, it's essentially exactly what we're looking at. You know, yeah.
We're only allowing speakers to come up twice, the 1 and 2, and that's it. But no, you can. Thank you. We do it. If there's time left. Okay. Okay. So we'll wait to see who's left, and then we'll go from there. Thank you.
And it's Seward, Marlboro. I have just one thing for you all to take into consideration before you go into your executive discussion about whether or not Marlboro will comply, for lack of a better word, if the mandate expires. Thus far, every single time someone has asked the board or Dr. Hibbs to, you know, go against the mandate, be the voice, be strong, Marlboro strong, every time we've brought that up, it's always been, I can and I won't go against the governor. Right? Am I wrong? So if the mandate expires, what's stopping you from now agreeing with the governor? If the mandate is in place, you agree with the mandate. If the mandate is lifted, you're going to wait and see what you should do. So just please consider that all this time you've been side by side with the governor's mandates and complying with the emergency orders. Now if they expire, the parents expect for you to go exactly that way also. The state expires, Marlboro expires. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yeah. Okay.
Kathleen D. Pasquale, Marlboro Township. First of all, I want to address, this is inhibiting my breathing, and the exemption on policy 1648.11, the Road Forward COVID-19 Health and Safety, has a specific exemption, and let me read it to you right off your own site. Exemptions for trouble breathing in a specific moment. When the individual has a trouble breathing, is unconscious, is incapacitated, or otherwise unable to remove a face mask. So commas imply that you're supposed to be doing it. And it goes on to say that no medical note is required when a person is telling you they're having trouble breathing. And speaking when a mask goes into my mouth and my nose is giving me a problem, trouble breathing, and you are going against your own policy. Also, before, when Mr. Ballone went on about the grades, he sat up here and he tried selling the community that 70% is a good grade. 70% at the college level, and I know this because I work in a college, is a D. And out of a 4-point GPA, that's a 1. So a 70% is not a good grade and should not be accepted as a good grade because it is a failing grade. It is so close to an F. Actually, once we go into the 60s, we're at an F. So lots of concern there. Also, in regards, just to follow up on Mr. Sage's comment, yes, if that person who has defrauded the Freehold District on their qualifications and certifications and now are working for a company that we are hiring for our subs, also using possibly a false resume, which you should look into the resume if he is hired there, I would think that would change some of your votes. So that vote should be revoted on depending on the findings of whether or not that gentleman works for ESS. And ESS, I believe that's a national company, not just here in the state of New Jersey. So at $31, and I believe it was 5 cents or $31.50, which was reported by the superintendent a few meetings ago, first of all, going from a $95 pay to a substitute pay rate of $136, which Mr. Caravello is now saying it's $130, so possibly that changed. That's a 40% increase in your pay, of which only $10, which is really about 10 maybe like 24% of the increase is going to the sub, which means 74% of that increase in pay is going to them, in which they're making it on each sub each day. And 900 subs, I mean, you listed at least 15 right off the top of your head. You know, how many subs is it that you're looking to hire? How is that pool actually supposed to be giving us 80% in subs across the board? Because the numbers don't add up. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Balone, would you like to respond, or
No.
Dr. Hibbs?
No.
Sure. Okay.
Sorry. So, you know, if you look actually at our policy, our grading policy, just speak to Mrs. DePasquale's comment regarding average. We can talk about 70 being close to 60, which is failing, but even within our policy, that's an average grade, and that's essentially what my comment was, average. Our students knocked it out of the ballpark, and I really credit that to our staff, and if we say anything otherwise, we're actually just demeaning our staff and the hard work that they did last year. So I'd like to go on record by saying our staff did a wonderful job. They prepared your students, some of your students, last year, and moving forward, they'll do the same. So thank you, staff members, any of you who are watching. We value you.
Thank you.
No.
No, you.
No.
What do you want to do?
Ma'am, you've had your chance to speak numerous times. If there's additional comments on other topics, then you can speak. But if it's the same topic, no, I don't. I thank you. I think we'll call it a night for that.
Okay, that was the last speaker. I'd like to make a motion to close public comments. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Wait, we need
I need a second.
second.
Oh, we need a second. Can I have a second, please?
I'll second it.
Trish, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. We're executive session resolution. Be it resolved that in accordance with the provisions of the Open Public Meetings Act, the Marlboro Township Board of Education shall conduct a closed executive session prudent to the exceptions prescribed by NJSA 10-4-12 for the purpose of discussing a matter of attorney-client privileges. It is anticipated that the length of the time of the executive session will be 45 minutes.
I'd say 30 to 40.
30 to 40 minutes, and that action will be taken.
May be taken.
And action may be taken in public after the executive session. Be it further resolved that the minutes of the executive session will be released when the need for confidentiality in accordance with NJSBA 10-4-12 no longer applies. Can I have a motion to go into executive session?
I'll motion.
That's Susie. Can I have a second, please?
Second.
Christina. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. Everyone, thank you very much for coming out, and you stay safe and healthy. Have a good night.
Well,
I think I texted you. I told you. Didn't I Facebook message you and tell you that your candy was the best in the neighborhood? I think I did.
Oh, God, excuse me.
No, but I remember because the kids all compare notes. So after Connor and his friends went,
forward to going.
they said,
I
they're
wake up
like,
at
go to
4.
this house. He gives out bags because it's
I
all
don't know
about the
how
bags.
teachers.
Oh, they did. No, are you kidding? My son
They
especially.
start at 7:30. It's terrible. Oh,
Which one? I got 3.
takes me
Oh,
about
that's
35.
Zoe. She's the one at Northwestern. She's doing well. She's doing well. She's going crazy because they just finished remote learning for 2 weeks because they had like a wellness.
Now?
Northwestern in Illinois.
We are now back in public session. We're back in session. Oh, Vinny, please call the roll.
Oh yeah.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Oh, no.
It's almost morning.
Almost.
You're almost there.
Mrs. Amster,
Here.
Mrs. Branch,
Here.
Mr. Petruno,
Here.
Ms. Piernick, Mrs. Rosato,
Here.
Mrs. Shrem,
Here.
Mrs. Salachi,
Here.
Mrs. Strafasi,
Here.
and Dr. Heller.
Here.
So,
Okay, we have a motion open, and
yep, we're gonna.
Aldo is going to address that in public.
All right, so I had 2 parts to my motion. I'm basically going to break it into 2 separate motions.
Speaking to the
Aldo,
mic.
please speak up. I want to hear you.
My original motion had 2 parts to it. I basically, I'm going to break it into 2 separate motions, so there'll be 2 separate votes. The first motion that I'd like to put up for resolution, I'd like to make a motion for a resolution upon the expiration of the executive order 251, the public health emergency, that Marlboro Township Board of Education supports parent choice on student masking, and that a meeting will be called upon its expiration to discuss the logistics of the transition so that it happens in a timely manner. That's the first one. Do I say the second one at the same time? Okay. Oh, and then does anyone second?
I second.
Christina.
Yes.
Yes. I'm just confirming.
Just to clarify that this replaces the motion that had previously been on the floor, so, for the minutes. No, this is.
We vote each one.
Vinny, roll please.
Okay, so I will take a roll call vote. I have a first for Mr. Petruno and a second for Mrs. Rosato. Okay, so Mrs. Amster,
Yes.
Mrs. Branch,
Yes.
Ms. Piernick,
Yes.
Mrs. Shrem,
Yes.
Mrs. Salachi,
Yes.
Mrs. Strafasi,
Yes.
Mrs. Rosato,
Yes.
Mr. Petruno,
Yes.
and Dr. Heller.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. And now we have a second resolution to
And
be
then
read
the
in.
the second resolution is, I'm sorry, how do I start this? I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion for a resolution that I'd like to see a letter drafted from our district to the governor stating that we do not want these executive orders to continually be extended any further. It's, essentially when the executive order is set to expire, that it expires, that, no more kicking the can down the road. Yeah, I don't know, so you need it down to, so I'd like to make a motion for an executive order. I'd like to make a motion for a resolution to see the district write a letter to the governor stating that we don't want to see the executive orders continually be renewed any further.
I'm not sure is that what we discussed? That language doesn't sound right to me.
So what we discussed, the
wanna-
first part of the resolution, the first resolution and the legalities of that. This is a second resolution, writing a letter to the governor, just like he said. That's I mean, he can make the resolution.
Can you restate what you just said? Because that's not what I remember.
I'd like to make a motion for a resolution to see our district write a letter to the governor stating that we do not want these executive orders to continually be extended any further.
Can I make a resolution after we vote on that resolution?
Well, you would need a second and discussion to even vote on that resolution. The only issue is that is a totally separate resolution that he's requesting, that we knew.
Is there a second, please? I hear none.
Hold on.
Yeah, wasn't the one that everyone talked about? Yeah, it sounded different.
Is there a second? I hear none. The resolution has been... Motion dies. What do we do now? No, I think we're done. So, what...
No, I'm fine.
Oh, do I have a motion to close this meeting?
Motion.
A motion to adjourn, sorry. Motion to adjourn.
Yes.
I have Jessica. Do I have a second?
A second.
Jill, any, yes? All in favor say yes?
Yes.
Aye.
All in favor, all in,
Any opposed?
it's 11:41, people. Those opposed, please state. Okay, everybody have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you
Adjourn.
for coming. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.